Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
That's literally not true.
Oh, for Trump's sake.
Is that correct?
Dati mihi Anglican, please. Verbal substance.
Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Hello and welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, as I killed the music accidentally. Welcome, welcome. Had a fun little trip to the post office, where I picked up 4 bags of protein pretzels dill pickle made with 100% whole grains, Kindling brand. I will give these a try. Thank you very much for those. I'm excited. But while I was at the post office, hang on. I've got to kill the music just a little bit. While I was at the post office, boy, I saw something. I have not been in the post office in quite a while, at least when they were open. And so while I'm just chilling there in the post office, I see that they have new stamps that have come out. And they have Spongebob forever stamps. And they have a 250-year anniversary forever stamp. So I'm like, hey, that 250-year anniversary stamp thing looks really cool. And it does. It's this one right here. Let me make it so you can see. See this picture? It's like a sheet of stamps. You can barely tell it, but it's like a whole bunch of different stamps. They make up a big town with mail carriers and post office boxes and everything. I thought that was pretty cool. So I grabbed myself a sheet of 250 years of delivering. And then I'm like, do you have any Spongebob? Well, full disclosure. Before I asked about the Spongebob stamps, I pulled up my phone and I opened up the eBay app and I typed in Spongebob stamps. And I saw that they were selling for $20 to $30 per sheet. So I said, do you have any Spongebob stamps? And she opens the door and she pulls out one and it's like folded over and she's like trying to smooth it out and everything. I'm like, do you have any others that aren't like creased in the middle and half spit on and whatever else? And she's like, just that one right there. And I opened up the display case and I got their last sheet of SpongeBob SquarePants stamps, which are selling for double what you buy them for. It's a great business idea. Let me just put this out there. People on the internet, especially in like big cities where they have just a couple post offices, want these stamps, and their post office runs out. And so you go to the post office and you buy them and you sell them to people who want them and you make money in the middle. It's called arbitrage. I love this business. Anyway, so I have a bunch of stamps now. Not sure if I'm going to keep them or sell them. Anyway, not as good as my Iron Maiden stamps. No, I don't have any of those. But anyway, we'll put them in a safe place somewhere, along with the receipts. $12.48 for SpongeBob, and $15.60 for the male ones. I'm probably going to use the male ones. I'm probably going to sell the SpongeBobs. All right. Neither here nor there. I don't know who was first in chat. Does anybody know who was first in chat today? Josh flipped the switch. I have Harry Potter stamps too. I'm just excited to get back to court, which is going to be beginning here in a second without us if I don't get over there. Hang on just one second. Let's see. Let's go right there, I think. I think this is it. This is it. Okay. All right. We're ready. We're ready for court. No audio yet. It's all quiet. We're just waiting. All right. Yeah, I had my egg rolls for lunch and figured why not. I had so much fun explaining to Mrs. R.A. the 6-inch civil suit. The neighbors, what's half a foot between friends, right? So that was a lot of fun. What am I looking for? This right here. All right, there we go. Back with the Gym Counter. We expect today to be brief. That we're going to finish up the prosecution case, fairly quickly. Detective Sands, or Investigator Sands, is going to be one of the witnesses, and the other one, I'm not sure who. I forgot already the name. But you doing okay? I'm not sure what to do with you being on early. Well, I remember the judge said he was going to be back at 1, and if I came back at 1, I would not be able to tell you my stamp story. Kim R. was first in chat. Kim R., thank you. Kim, congratulations. You say late, but you were here first. So, Kim, you're trying to get away with it. You're not going to get away this time. It was me, but I give it to Bite Me. Okay, you're going to get away with it this one time. Congratulations, Bite Me. Rebecca, you are now first in chat. Because of that, we're going to sentence you to internet ownership. Everything IP-related worldwide is now responsibility of you. Yes, it falls on your shoulders to fix everything if it breaks. Don't let it break, though, because we need it working. So it was me. Bite Me, thank you very much. It was you, first in chat. Don't forget what I sent to Facebook DM. I already have, Amber. Hang on. It's gone. I read it. Now it's gone. Oh, thank you very much. I will check the drive to make sure I have access to that in a minute. Did want to put this. I'm not sure if she's here, and I don't want to. Don't know what she wants to share, but Katia, a wonderful member of our community who also has a love of true crime and YouTube, who has done this for a while, is going through some tough times. So if you've got some space in your prayers and your good thoughts for people, remember Katia in that one. She would greatly appreciate it. So it's Katia Pickles. Most of you know her. If you don't, she's awesome. All right. I think that's all. Waiting on a sliced beef sandwich with a loaded baked potato. That sounds good. My microwave spring rolls were not better than that.
Good afternoon. Please be seated.
If it shows you're first, we're counting it. Rebecca, you're first. I did not. So first is you. Congratulations.
Do we have a witness present? Okay. Then let's
just waiting on my client, Your Honor.
Okay. Didn't notice.
Just waiting on your client. He sort of needs to be here. Yeah, Katia Pickles is the person I was mentioning. Another fun note. My town decided that today would be a great day to
All right, we can bring the jury in.
to weed eat everyone's little park strips. Occasionally, if we don't cut it fast enough, they do it for us, and I think they bill us for it, which I don't like. But they weed eat and edge the properties, and they just left all the clippings in the gutter, and then we just had a torrential downpour. Rain comes along, washes all those, clogs up the gutters. Our whole town is flooded now. Main Street is just flooded because of these people. The cops had to come out and get people to stop driving in certain areas because it was too deep for their cars, all because the town edged the lawns and just left the trash out there. So, that's fun. Here we go. Let's see who the witness is. I think they're going to end with the detective. So, I wonder if Mr. Weinstein knows it's not generally good to have your client take the stand.
All right, everyone, please be seated and please call the next witness.
Cameron Nelson.
I heard Cameron Nelson. Carolyn, 25 months. Yay! I apologize. I missed an OG membership milestone, and probably a couple others. I forgot to do them before the live stream. I apologize if I missed you. Best place to watch trials. This community is amazing. Thank you very much, Carolyn. And OG, 25 months. Thank you. My sound is a little low. I will make it a little
Good
louder.
afternoon. Before you have a seat, please raise your right hand and take the oath.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be seated.
Would you state your name, please?
Cameron Nelson,
How do you spell Cameron?
Cameron,
Where do you live?
in Williamsburg, Virginia.
Did you travel here from Williamsburg, Virginia for this trial?
I did not. During the week for work, I live in Falls Church, Virginia.
How long have you been living there?
In Falls Church
Yes.
since January.
I thought she was traveling
2025.
here.
How are you currently employed?
I'm employed as an attorney for the Defense Health Agency
She's super cool.
And how long have you been working with that agency?
since February of 2022.
And what is the mission of that agency?
The Defense Health Agency administers the military health system, taking care of the beneficiaries of active duty, retired, and reserve members of the armed forces.
You married?
I am, yes, sir.
What's your husband's name?
His name is Benjamin Gray Nelson II.
What does he go by?
He goes by Gray.
How is he employed?
He's employed with his own businesses. He owns restaurants.
Which type of restaurant?
Mellow Mushroom Pizza Bakers.
Okay. How many does he own?
3.
Where?
In Charlottesville, Virginia, Williamsburg, Virginia, and Newport News, Virginia.
What's the special of the day? And can you show the menu?
Closer.
If you could position yourself closer.
Can you tap your microphone, make sure it's working?
Okay, thank you.
Did you serve in the military?
Yes, sir, I did.
What branch?
In the Navy.
And what was your military occupational specialty?
I started as a nurse corps officer where I practiced oncology and medical surgical nursing, and then later switched to the Judge Advocate General's Corps where I practice as an attorney.
How long did you serve in the Navy?
20 years active with total 24, including reserve time.
Did you retire
Yes, sir, I did.
in good standing?
Yes, sir.
What was your rank when you left the Navy?
Commander.
Can you see the defendant in this case, Nicholas Kassotis, from where you're seated?
Yes, I can.
How do you know him?
Nick and I met at Naval Justice School in 2008 when he was attending the basic lawyer course.
And what was your job and what was his job while you were at the Naval Justice School?
After he finished that course, he reported to Naval Legal Service Office Mid-Atlantic, where we were both stationed, until I departed in 2009.
What happened to you personally around 2009?
In February of 2009, I was diagnosed with cancer for the first time, and I was scheduled to deploy aboard the USNS Comfort, which is one of 2 hospital ships. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to go on that deployment because of that diagnosis.
And when the defendant learned that you had been deployed, what, if anything, did he do?
He took that deployment for me. In fact, the same day that I reported to the command to let them know of the diagnosis, Nick immediately volunteered to take that deployment so that I could focus on treatment.
What was your relationship like with the defendant during that period of time?
It was good. We became friends. We worked together, socialized together, both with our colleagues and their spouses as well.
And how long was that deployment on the USNF Comfort?
It was approximately 5 months.
And where was the deployment?
Central America, South America, and the Caribbean.
At some point during your career, were you ever stationed at the Pentagon?
Yes, sir, I was.
From when to when?
The first time from 2011 to 2014, and the second time after a postgraduate degree. I came back from 2015 to 16.
And what kind of work did you do while you were at the Pentagon?
The first time I was the flag aide for the Judge Advocate General of the Navy and also worked for the Chief of Naval Operations as a Deputy Legal Counsel. The second time I was temporarily assigned to the Office of the Judge Advocate General Code 18, which did cyber law, as well as the Department of Defense Office of General Counsel for Intelligence.
During the time that the defendant was in the Navy, was he
knows
too
some stuff.
also stationed at the Pentagon?
Yes, sir, he was.
She knows some
And
stuff.
what was his job at the Pentagon?
He was also assigned to what we call OJAG, both to Code 13, which practiced administrative law, and to Code 10, international law.
Are you familiar with the defendant's first wife, Heather?
Yes, sir, I am.
How do you know Heather?
I met Heather through Nick. Once they began dating and became engaged, we continued to socialize with them, and we attended their wedding.
At some point, did they become divorced?
Yes, sir, they did.
And following their divorce, did the defendant ever discuss the breakup with you?
He did.
What did he say about their breakup?
He expressed significant distress about the fact that there had been infidelity, which he alleged had been on Heather's part. In addition, he shared that Heather had lied about wanting to have children and that he was desperate to become a father.
I'm showing you now a photograph that's marked States Exhibit 2.32. Can you see this photograph from where you're seated?
Yes, sir, I can.
Do you recognize the person in this photograph?
Yes, sir, I do.
Who is that?
Mindy.
Do you know her last name?
Maiden name was Mebin. Married name Kassotis.
How did you come to know Mindy?
I also met Mindy through Nick, and we developed a close friendship. Mindy was incredibly vibrant and generous, and we became closer over time.
And did they become married?
They did, yes, sir.
Did you attend that wedding?
I did.
Do you recall a time that the defendant was discharged from the Navy?
I do.
Roughly when did that occur?
Approximately 2017.
And did he discuss with you his work plans after he left the Navy?
He shared that he was interested in practicing cyber law and information technology law, and had developed that interest in part through his Master of Laws program at Georgetown.
Did he ever mention to you an association with Microsoft?
He did. He shared that in his job search as he was leaving the Navy, he had gone to an event called Jobs for JAGS, which is an annual event that's hosted by the Judge Advocate Association. There he met a man named Peter who worked for Microsoft in some capacity, and that Peter had been interested in talking about cyber opportunities for Nick.
Hi, I'm Peter from Microsoft.
And did you communicate with the defendant after he left the Navy?
Yes, I did.
Were you asked by Detective Frost with the Liberty County Sheriff's Office to indicate the different addresses and phone numbers that you had used to communicate with him?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you now what's marked as States Exhibit number 2.33 and ask if you can identify them.
Yes, sir, I do recognize those. That's a list of email addresses and phone numbers with which I communicated with Mindy and Nick.
And that you provided to the Liberty County
Correct.
Sheriff's Office. I'll tender it this time. States Exhibit 2.33.
Any objection? No objection. It is admitted.
At some point during the time you were communicating with the defendant, did you guys use Signal?
We did.
What is Signal?
Signal is an app where you can text or make phone calls. They're encrypted, as far as I understand. It's not uncommon to use that because it doesn't use data charges in a lot of cases if you're on Wi-Fi.
And does it have a feature that can make the messages disappear?
You can. Either user could set that message to disappear at a certain period of time or immediately.
And at some point we'll get to later, you provided messages to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
I did.
And explain how they did not disappear?
Generally, Nick had set the text settings so that they would disappear. Sometimes he did not do that, and it's not my habit to have messages disappear unless I intentionally delete them, so I had not deleted those.
At some point, did Nick ever discuss with you threats that he was receiving?
He did.
What did he say?
He explained first that there had been an issue with his USAA banking account, that someone had either hacked his account or had somehow, I think an employee of USAA or more than one employee had accessed his account. He also explained that there had been issues with his mail. And in addition to that, he explained that his first wife, Heather, had attempted to break into the house.
Did he say anything to you about threats made by Heather?
He indicated that Heather had made threats to him. I don't recall specifically, but that he had reported the threats from Heather and the break-in to the Alexandria Police Department and the issues with the banking and the mail to the FBI.
That's what he said?
Correct.
Did there come a time that he began experiencing financial problems?
He explained that he had been, yes.
And what did he tell you about his financial problems?
That related back to the USAA issues. He explained that he did not have access to any of the money that was in his account and was struggling to pay bills, common bills, and very basic level bills like vet bills, medical bills for Mindy, food, and was in distress because of that.
Did you and your husband attempt to help him out financially?
We did. Prior to May of 2018, we had provided some minimal assistance. In May of 2018, he asked for $2,000 in cash, which I did provide. And that date stands out because it's a time that I had also been diagnosed with cancer a second time. And Nick had indicated that he felt it was a significant thing to ask me to do that while I was undergoing cancer treatment, and that he would not do so if it were not an emergency.
Now, was this a gift or a loan?
It was a loan.
Did there come a time that he was given access to a Capital One Venture credit card?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that.
As time went on, we provided more assistance. And while Nick and Mindy were still in Alexandria, we provided, not housing, but we provided food, medical expenses, and dog food or vet bills for Rusty, their dog. And as time went on and we got closer to the time they left in November 2019, we opted to use a credit card so that we could easily track what was being spent, knowing that it might go up after they left the area because there would be housing expenses as well.
And how much did the defendant charge to that credit card?
In total?
Total.
Approximately $198,000.
Whoa.
And that was a loan, not a gift?
That was a loan. On 2 separate occasions, Nick indicated that he intended to repay and had either set up a wire transfer to repay us or had actually gotten a cashier's check, and those never materialized.
Has he ever paid a penny towards that debt?
Not a penny.
At some point, he was cut off from using that card. Is that correct?
He was. In early 2021. At this point, it had been over a year and a half that we just felt like it was no longer sustainable. That Nick had repeatedly said that he would attempt to make some repayment, and we understood he had repaid at least one other friend based on what he had shared with us. And we decided that it was just not sustainable to continue to allow him to borrow money.
And so he was cut off approximately when?
January of 2021.
When's the last time you saw the defendant?
November 2019.
Under what circumstance?
It was as he and Mindy were preparing to leave Alexandria, and they came to our home and we had dinner together.
And after you last saw him, did you continue to stay in touch with him?
We did, mostly by text message.
At some point, was there any conversation by the defendant about changing his name?
Yes, sir, there was.
Tell the jury about that.
I don't recall the date. It was after they left Alexandria, and Nick shared that he had learned that his parents were not his biological parents. And so he was going to change his last name to Stark as a result of that discovery.
And did he tell you why he picked Stark?
My understanding was that that was the name of his biological parents.
What about his birth date?
He also changed his birthday. His original birthday, I believe, was in June, and he changed it to February 14th. He told me that was his actual birth date.
Did you ever have any conversation with the defendant about his writing?
I did. Nick and Mindy had both shared that Nick had developed an interest in writing fiction. I would categorize it as short horror stories, and that he had had some success publishing on online forums.
Reddit.
Was there one in particular that stands out that he claimed was a success?
There was. Nick shared with me that one of his stories had been purchased and would be turned into a movie, and he told me that in 2022, but I think the story was published in 2019 originally.
Do you recall the name of that story?
I do.
What is it?
I think my mother-in-law is trying to kill me.
And what was the mother-in-law's name in this?
Betsy.
When you would communicate with him, especially electronically, how would he refer to Mindy?
Usually by the initial M, which he referred to her in conversation as well, vocal conversation prior to the time they left Alexandria.
I'm going to show to you State's Exhibit number 2.34, 2.35, 2.36, 2.37, 2.38, 2.39,
2.310,
2.40, 2.41. I want you to take a moment and look at these documents and tell me if you recognize what they are.
I do. These are text messages on Signal to me from Nick.
Okay. Are they all true and accurate copies of the actual text message that you received from the defendant?
Yes, sir. I took them as screenshots.
And have you had an opportunity to review those before court today?
I have.
And did you provide the law enforcement with copies of those?
I did.
Well, I'll tender at this time, Your Honor, each of those exhibits, 2.34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, they've been shown to opposing counsel.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
They're all admitted. There are 8 documents. You may proceed.
All right, starting first with Exhibit 2.34. On what date was that sent?
June 8th, 2022.
And what did he tell you in that message?
He shared the news that Mindy was pregnant in this message.
Now turning to Exhibit 2.35, what's the date?
October 26, 2022.
And if you would read that to the jury, please, both your response and his response.
Yes, sir. I asked Nick, how is M doing? And Nick replied, not great. More scared than she lets on, I think. Trying to work through things to figure out what's going on and how to keep her okay. And I replied, I'm so sorry. I wish I could help. Please keep me posted. I will definitely say tons of prayers, as always. And Nick replied, I definitely will.
Now turning your attention to Exhibit 2.36, what is the date on that?
October 29th, 2022.
And would you read that for the jury?
Nick indicated that Mindy was doing a little worse, heading to the hospital again in the morning unless this new medication starts to work. I replied, oh no, sending lots of prayers and hugs. Is the hospital okay? Tell the nurses to be good to her. Nick replied, it is. They've been very decent with things, explaining options and timelines. And I replied, I'm very glad to hear that.
I don't recall where you currently work right now. What's the name of that agency?
I currently work for the Defense Health Agency, but I no longer practice as a nurse. I'm currently practicing as an attorney.
But are you familiar with what service members and their families are entitled to use TRICARE?
Yes, sir. TRICARE is a health plan that provides health care to designated beneficiaries. In general, those beneficiaries would be active duty, reserve, or retired service members and their families, Medal of Honor winners, survivors, and dependents, as well as other categories that may not be named. But there are very specific limitations as to who's eligible for TRICARE.
Categories that shall not be named.
So in November of 2022, while the defendant is out of the Navy and Mindy has no association with the Navy, would they have been entitled to care from TRICARE?
Based on what I understood of Nick's status and that he had been discharged fully from the reserves and what he had shared with me, I do not believe that he would have been eligible.
Let me direct your attention to Exhibit 2.37. What is the date?
November 1st, 2022.
Would you read that for the jury?
I inquired, how is M doing? Nick responded, I think a little better. We have an appointment tomorrow afternoon, so we're hopeful that we're getting the thumbs up for her to move on at it. Hopefully they see some improvement. I replied, a little better is in fact better. We will keep saying prayers. How are you? Nick replied, I'll be okay just as soon as I know everything is good with her. I can only repack everything so many times to identify new efficiencies.
Now look at State's Exhibit 2.38. What is the date?
December 1st, 2022.
Would you read that to the jury, please?
Nick texted, hi Cameron, I have no idea how to write this, and I'm so sorry to send it like this, but M passed away. Please keep that close hold. I would never ask you to keep it from Gray, but I don't know how to manage anything else, and I know a lot of people still need to be told. I don't have many answers yet about what happened. I've just never felt this bad. I replied, I'm so sorry to hear this. My heart breaks for you. How can we help?
Now direct your attention to Exhibit 2.39. You see it?
Yes, sir.
What's the date?
December 5th, 2022.
Would you please read that to the jury?
Nick texted, they said it was a stroke. Nothing that could have been done. Her dad said it runs in the family. I didn't know that. I don't know if that makes it better or worse, but now we know, I guess. And I replied, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. What a shock, especially at such a young age. I think it helps only in that it stops your mind from some of the constant wondering. Nick replied, her blood pressure had been a constant concern, but not in this way. Like it worried me, but I didn't think this was the worst case.
Now take a look at Exhibit 2.40. What is the date?
December 11th, 2022.
And would you read that to the jury?
I texted Nick, checking on you. How is today going? And Nick replied, so. I have M's ashes back. The process was awful, and I never got to see her after I was told, and I feel sick about it. I thought that it was going to be different, and maybe I should have asked more questions, but I just wasn't comprehending.
And finally, turn your attention to Exhibit 2.41. What's the date?
March 28th,
Of what year?
2023.
Would you read that to the jury?
Nick texted, I heard a rumor you were trying to find me. My car quite literally exploded on me, and I've been in the hospital while I wait to see what happened. Sorry I've been so hard to reach. The other phone died in the fire. You should see the photos. Gray would probably find them interesting.
And then were there photographs attached to that text?
There were, yes, sir.
And are they attached to that exhibit?
They are.
That car was later sold at auction, or at least put up for sale on auction, completely burned out.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Mr. Weinstein, cross-examination.
I think she bought the car. $198,000 loan. She bought the car. That subtle little truth that he was desperate for children.
Good afternoon, Ms. Nelson.
Good afternoon.
I'm Doug Weinstein. I'm representing Nick Kassotis in this case. You got to know Nick, did you say at Naval Justice in 2008? Is that correct?
We met briefly there, yes.
And when did you get to actually know him better?
During our first duty station in the Judge Advocate General's Corps in Norfolk.
What was Nick like?
Kind. Nick was the first person to offer to help someone. Frequently he was the first person to volunteer, as obviously he volunteered for the deployment for me.
Did you ever know him to be violent?
No.
Did he have a temper?
Not that I saw.
In State's Exhibit 2.37 from November 1st of 2022, I believe Nick references repacking everything.
Mm-hmm.
What did you take that to mean?
That they were going to relocate to a different house or a different location.
Was that common for them at the time?
Yes, it had been.
How often would you say they moved, as far as you know?
Often, it varied.
Every few days, every few months, every few weeks?
It could be all of the above.
You've retained a law firm to try to recover the money that you lent to Nick, correct?
We did.
And the law firm is Kaufman and Cannolis?
Oh. That's her phone.
Kaufman and Knowles, yes.
Kaufman and Knowles. And the amount that you are seeking to recover from Nick Kassotis is $199,402.91. Does that sound about right?
About right.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
May she be excused?
that movie deal's coming through on the story he wrote. I don't think she's going to be getting that money back.
State calls Heather Kassotis.
Heather.
Before the witness comes in, if everyone please check your phones, make sure they're either off or on silent.
Heather's the first wife.
Appreciate your cooperation.
This is the one that got away. I like that last witness. Very matter of fact. Very, very precise. A little quiet, but
Good afternoon, ma'am. Please raise your right hand and take the oath.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Would you state your name, please?
Heather Thomas,
Where do you live?
Alexandria, Virginia.
Did you travel here from Alexandria, Virginia to testify for this trial?
Yes, I did.
How are you employed?
I work for the federal government at the Department of Commerce.
Well, what are your duties there?
I'm a government contracting official.
Are you married?
Yes, I am.
When did you get married?
In October of 2015.
Do you have any children?
Yes, I have one daughter.
How old is she?
She's 8.
Is your husband employed?
Yes,
Where is he employed?
the Department of Defense.
From where you're seated, can you see the defendant, Nicholas Kassotis, in this case?
Yes.
Do
unfortunately.
you know that person?
Yes,
How do you know him?
I was married to him.
From when to when?
2009 to
I'm going to
2015.
boost the
How did
audio
you
as
meet?
much as I can.
On eHarmony.
And how long after meeting him was it that you became married?
Very quickly after.
Was he in the military?
Yes,
What branch?
the Navy.
What was his job in the Navy?
He was a JAG officer.
At some point while he was in the Navy, was he deployed to Italy?
Yes,
From when to when?
2011 to 2013.
And what was his job when he was in Italy?
He worked as a prosecutor.
While you guys were in Italy, did he acquire a dog?
We acquired a dog,
And what was the dog's name?
Rusty.
We.
I'm showing you a photograph now and ask if you can identify that.
Yes,
What's it a picture of?
that's my dog, Rusty.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the way Rusty appeared?
Yes,
You're getting emotional. Why is that?
I was lucky enough to spend the last 2 years of his life with him,
Living at your place?
living at our house, yes.
I'll tender at this time State's Exhibit 2.46.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is admitted.
Sounds like Rusty passed, but she had him for the last 2 years.
During the time of your marriage to the defendant, did he ever work out of the Pentagon?
Yes,
Do you know what his job there was?
it was. I only knew it was Code 13.
Do you know what that means?
No, I don't.
Also, during the
Code
time that you
13.
were married, did he have occasion to attend Georgetown University?
Yes,
Where's that located?
in Washington, D.C.
And do you know what his area of study was?
I believe it was international.
In the beginning of your relationship, can you describe for the jury your relationship to him?
Yes, it was pretty much what I thought was a normal relationship. Very smooth sailing, never fought, kind of like best friends in a way.
Did he ever indicate to you whether he wanted children?
Yes, he did. We both did.
Do you have a medical condition that makes that unlikely?
Yes, I have polycystic ovarian syndrome, PCOS.
Notwithstanding that medical condition, were you able to get pregnant while married with him?
Yes,
And what happened to that pregnancy?
it was lost.
How did your relationship change over time?
It felt like we were more roommates instead of married.
Whose idea was it to get a divorce?
I believe it was mutual, but more so myself.
And there was a proceeding that was filed in the Circuit Court of Fairfax County, Virginia, concerning this matter?
Yes.
And if you had an opportunity to view States Exhibit 2.45A, 45B, 45C, 45D, and 45E prior to coming in here today?
Yes, I have.
And you recognize these as documents pertaining to your divorce?
Yes.
I'll tender each of these exhibits, Your Honor. They're certified copies of those documents that I've shown to.
So we now have divorce court documents in the criminal trial. That's Rob's courthouse. Maybe. I don't know how long ago was this? I don't think Rob would have done that. If Rob was the attorney, he couldn't talk about it.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, then A, B, C, D, and E is 2.45. They're all admitted without objection.
After the action for divorce was filed, did you become separated?
Yes.
Did you move out?
Yes, I did.
Where did you move to?
I moved nearby in Alexandria.
During the period of separation, were there discussions about infidelity?
Of course.
And who raised those?
Nick did.
Did you cheat on him during the course of your marriage?
No.
How quickly was the divorce granted after the petition was filed?
It was granted in October of 2015.
Now, the court documents show Nicholas James Kassotis as the plaintiff in this divorce, and you're referred to as the defendant.
Yes.
Why is that?
We both didn't have a need for an attorney. He was an attorney, and he said he could take care of it, and I trusted him that he would.
No lawyers.
Can you see from where you're seated a photograph, State's Exhibit number 2.32? Can you see it?
Yes.
You recognize the person in this photograph?
Yes.
Who is this person?
It's Mindy.
How did you know Mindy?
I knew her as his wife, his new wife.
Do you recall when you first met her?
It was by happenstance in a public setting. She had no idea who I was.
When he would refer to her, how would he refer to her?
Can you clarify that?
By
question?
initials?
Yes, M.
And the grounds for the divorce were what?
Irreconcilable differences.
What were his obligations under the divorce?
He was required to pay off the personal loan or refinance it if he couldn't pay it off in his own name. He was required to refinance or pay off the truck that he was driving. And he was required to either refinance or sell the property on Adrian Drive.
And at some point, was he ordered to pay you $1.5 million?
Yes.
Did he?
No.
How long after your divorce was it before he and Mindy got married, roughly?
About a year, almost to the day.
And after your divorce from him, did you continue to correspond with him?
Yes, of course. We were very friendly. It was a very amicable divorce.
And how would you communicate with him after the divorce?
Texts. He came to visit with the dogs. We had 2 dogs at the time, Stitch and Rusty. Email. Just whatever was convenient.
Do you know how he was employed during the time he was married to Mindy?
I was told from him that he worked for the Department of the Navy.
For how long?
I don't know.
Did he ever express interest in starting a cybersecurity business?
He mentioned cybersecurity as an area that he was interested, yes.
Between 2015 and 2019, did the defendant cooperate with the divorce obligations?
No.
Did that cause any kind of hardship to you?
Of course.
Like what?
It put me through a lot of emotional stress, but importantly, it put me through a lot of scrutiny for my own employment. I was, and still do hold a security clearance that required your credit to be good and all of your bills paid, all of that stuff. And by him not doing that for many, many months, I was in a situation where a piece of paper to submit to the Office of Personnel Management wasn't going to cut it. They wanted to see full extent of the law to pursue the resolution of that because my employment was at stake.
Referring your attention to Exhibit 2.45B, dated 11/28/18, entitled Consent Order, he was ordered to pay you the $1.5 million plus $90,000 in interest in that consent order. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And $10,000 in attorney fees.
That's correct.
And then the case was continued almost exactly 30 days to December 28th, 2018. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And was there a hearing on December 28th, 2018?
Yes.
And Exhibit 2.45C shows the court found him not in compliance with the November 28, 2018 consent order and ordered Nicholas Kassotis to appear before the court on January 4th, 2019 to show cause why he should not be held in contempt.
That's right.
Did you go to that January 4th hearing?
Yes, I did.
What happened at that hearing?
Did Nick go?
The judge was very upset after he heard Nick testify under oath that he not only had the money, he had more than enough of the money, and that he just was refusing to pay it. So the judge was not very kind.
He admitted having how much money?
$32 million.
And did he tell the court he was having difficulty accessing that money?
Yes.
What did he tell the court?
He told the court that his wife, his current wife, Mindy, was holding his funds and that he thought that she had a claim to it because it was earned during his marriage with her.
Under oath, he makes
and
this
that he was pursuing other actions with her.
In
but the
divorce
judge was
court.
like, well, I can't bring her into court, but you're here. So you need to put a move on it. And I want this done. I want to see movement in a week. Otherwise, your liberty is at stake.
Now, before that hearing, was there another similar hearing that occurred?
Yes.
What happened at that similar hearing?
There was a case right before ours where very similar circumstances, though not to the degree or the amount owed by any means, was playing out, and we were both in the courtroom. And that ended where the spouse that owed the money left in handcuffs. And so Nick asked to meet with my attorney and I in the mediation room after we continued. And that's when the additional $90,000 and the $10,000 came from.
So was Nick in the courtroom to witness that incident where the man was taken out in handcuffs?
He's like, this could be me.
Did he ever comply with that court order for the $1.5 million, the interest and the attorney fees?
No.
I'm showing you now what's marked as 2.45E. Do you know what that is?
Yes.
Go ahead.
It's a bench warrant for failure to appear.
A bench warrant for who?
For Nick.
And it's dated when?
December 23rd, 2020.
Have you ever threatened him with violence?
No.
Are you familiar with him changing his last name?
I did not find that out until after he was arrested.
And did he ever explain to you why he changed the name?
No.
Are you familiar with the last name of Stark?
It made me think of the Game of Thrones character, frankly.
And who is that character?
That was one of the main characters that was probably, I think, killed first.
Did you and the defendant watch the Game of Thrones during the time you were married?
Yes.
At some point, did you become familiar with the GBI sketch?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that. How did you become familiar with it?
Well, I received a random text message asking if I was ever married to Nick. And of course, I was hesitant to respond to a stranger, but nonetheless, the curiosity got the best of me. And so she told me about...
Objection to hearsay.
Sustained.
Based on what she told you, what did you do?
Based on what she told me, I looked it up, and I saw a similarity as far as the sketch was concerned, and I called the GBI to let them know that that looks remarkably like Mindy because of the jawline.
Did you tell the GBI who you were?
No, I did not.
Wow. Former wife turned him in.
I believe your testimony was you remarried shortly after the divorce.
Yes, I did.
Was there a time that the defendant saw you after your divorce when you were pregnant?
Yes.
Were you obviously pregnant?
Yes.
And describe to the jury what happened on that occasion when the defendant saw you pregnant.
Nick was very uncomfortable when he saw me. He did utter the congratulations, but the body language wasn't matching. Later on, after that meeting, which is actually the last time that I saw my other dog, Stitch, my husband made very similar comments, saying that it was very awkward and that he could tell that Nick was very uncomfortable.
That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Weinstein?
Let's see how defense goes on this witness. Lied under oath in divorce court, said he had $32 million to his name. What a piece of work.
Good afternoon, Ms. Thomas. I'm Doug Weinstein. I'm representing Nick Kassotis in this case. I have a few questions for you. Your divorce from Nick Kassotis was final on October 15th, 2015, correct?
That's correct.
When did you get married to your husband, to Anthony Thomas?
Yeah, October 16th.
The very next day?
Yes.
Nick raised the issue of infidelity with you, correct?
Yeah.
He accused you of infidelity.
Yes.
And do you still maintain that you did not commit infidelity?
Correct. I met my husband well after we had already separated. I had not started dating my husband until July. And while that does seem fast, it is possible to find the love of your life.
You say that Nick failed to follow the obligations in your initial divorce decree, correct?
Correct.
And that he was supposed to pay off some type of a loan, either refinance it, but pay it off so you're off the loan, correct?
Correct, yeah. Just remove my name, however he wanted to do that.
He was supposed to pay off the truck, and he was supposed to refinance or sell the marital home that y'all had.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
And he did not do those things, correct?
That's right.
And you pursued him to do those things.
Absolutely.
And following that, there was a consent order, correct?
That's right.
And that consent order was from, I guess, November 28th, 2018. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And in that consent order, can you tell me this? How did you reach the consent order? How did you reach the numbers in the consent order? How did you come up with the figures? How did you guys come up with the figures in the consent order?
We came up with the figures. We had an addendum made that we mutually agreed to, and we had notarized, and we had added. So it was then part of the divorce decree.
And when you say we, that's you and Nick and I guess whatever attorneys were involved. Is that correct?
He never had an attorney, but yes, I had an attorney.
Okay. And so that $1.5 million that he had agreed to pay you, he agreed to that. He agreed to the $1.5 million in the course of the negotiation, correct?
Correct.
And had you seen any evidence that Nick had $1.5 million?
No.
Have you seen, or at the time, or at any time, did you see any evidence that Nick Kassotis had the $32 million that he said he had?
When he testified under oath.
I understand that. Did you see any? Did you see any documentation of the $32 million?
That is evidence.
Bank statements.
Oh, yes.
That showed $32 million?
They were fake, but yes.
And when you followed up on that, do you remember the bank?
Bank of America?
Okay. Did you do anything with Bank of America to see if there was $32 million in there?
I tried filing the judgment in every single banking institution in the Virginia area, sir.
And were you successful at getting the $1.5 million from any of those banks?
No.
What did they say about the $32 million when you presented Bank of America with those statements?
They've never heard of them.
You say that both you and your husband thought that Nick Kassotis was uncomfortable when he saw that you were pregnant. Does it surprise you that an ex-husband is uncomfortable when he sees his ex-wife pregnant?
It depends. If you have a good relationship before then and you already knew about it, then seeing it probably wouldn't have made a big difference.
The GBI interviewed you prior to today, correct?
That's right.
Do you recall telling the GBI that Heather was living with you guys?
I'm Heather.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Mindy.
Yes, and I corrected them immediately because that was not true.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
You.
Anything else, Counsel?
May she be excused?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Have a good day.
Heather. Run. Wow.
Your Honor, does the court wish to go straight into Agent Sands, or would you like to take a recess to go through first?
I think we look good. We can go ahead.
Okay.
We look great.
The state calls Agent Tracy Sands.
Bring your portable file cabinet. Water. I like those tripods they have there. That massive tripod in court.
He's already been sworn. Simply remind you that you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
This is number 3. He's been recalled 2 times. Final witness for the state right here. And this is the fireworks. This is the bow on it. That's what they're going to do.
Good afternoon, Agent Sands.
Good afternoon.
Agent Sands, I know you have testified just briefly, but I'm going to start back at the beginning, if that's okay.
Okay.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
My name is Tracy, Tracy.
What did Mom just mutter?
Sands.
Where do you work?
I work with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. I'm currently assigned to the Region 5 Field Office, which is Statesboro, Georgia. But we cover a 10-county region, and Liberty County is one of those counties.
Does that also cover the region surrounding Liberty?
It does.
Okay. And what is your rank and title there?
I'm a Special Agent 3.
How long have you worked for the GBI?
I've worked for the GBI my entire career for the last 30 years. I've only been a GBI agent for 25 of those 30 years. I was essentially worked with a grant-funded task force and a deputy sheriff in 5 counties as a narcotics agent for the first 5 years.
And in that task force, did that involve federal agencies as well?
It did.
Can you tell the jury what federal agencies you had a relationship with?
During that period of time, it was basically during the crack cocaine era. I worked undercover for a couple of years, and later started working with ATF, DEA, U.S. Marshals, FBI. We worked with a lot of federal agencies during that period and continue to this day to work with federal agencies.
Do you still retain those relationships in your current role?
Oh, I do.
Okay. As a special agent with the GBI, did you receive any specialized training at the beginning of your career?
I did. I started off, I had a 4-year college degree, which was required to actually apply as a special agent. From there, I attended their 16-week academy in Forsyth, Georgia. Once I left basically it's agent school at that time, I was assigned to a senior agent for approximately 1 year for field training.
And in that field training, would it be fair to say you basically shadow him?
I did.
Okay. Did you continue your training throughout the course of your career?
I did. GBI has sent me to numerous training and classes over the years. Some of the Georgia Public Safety Training Center, some taught by instructors there from various different agencies. I most recently had a class in Atlanta with the Secret Service where federal agencies have taught. So I could go on for hours about classes that I've taken over the years, because GBI allows us to do a lot of training with a lot of different agencies over the years.
And does that training include investigative training?
It does.
Field work?
Yes, it does.
Documenting and drafting reports?
That's correct.
Can you tell us, has investigative training changed over the years?
Drastically.
How so?
Digital forensics, if you've heard, there's just so many computer digital forensics, so many online records, so computers, cell phones, that type of data became really different.
Would it be fair to say at the beginning of your career there was less of that?
That's correct.
And have you had to stay current with that technology as the world has changed?
Yes.
Do you attend trainings to ensure that you're able to do so?
Yes.
Do you lean on any other agencies in an effort to facilitate maybe the areas where you are not an expert?
Very much so. We reach out. We have a cyber unit, as well as we have agents within our office that excel in certain areas. As an older person, I'm actually having to ask them frequently about newer technologies.
And do they as a team effort in many of those areas?
Yes, very few of our investigations don't involve some sort of team. There are so many people involved in even the smallest of cases that are usually out of sight, but they help in tremendous ways.
Over the last 30 years, approximately how many investigations have you handled?
Numbers are very difficult because I just don't keep track like that. But I would estimate, including narcotics cases and drug cases, over 1,000 investigations.
Have you ever assisted other agents on their investigations as well?
I have.
And would it be fair then to say that you were part of their team, perhaps?
That's correct.
Okay. And can you tell us, how does it work in terms of assigning tasks within a team?
Basically, in this particular case, I was the on-call agent. And the on-call agent responds as basically the first responder. As I said, very few cases are one person anymore. So at that point, once we respond, we decide who else we need, how many resources. Sometimes it's a matter of how many can get us until Monday morning until the larger group can come help.
Would it be fair to say that this one investigation that you're called out on may not be the only case you're working?
Very much so. Sometimes we don't even get our boots off from one call and we have to go to another one.
Okay. And can you tell us what the lead agent's role is in an investigation?
It's actually the central clearinghouse. I gather reports from the other agencies that are involved and create a report to provide to the district attorney in order for them to present it to you guys.
And in that capacity as the lead agent, were there other individuals that assisted you in this investigation?
Yeah, other individuals from a variety of different agencies.
And were there ones from within the GBI?
Yes.
Have we seen every one of them in this courtroom over the last 7 days?
We have not.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that there are lots of other people that helped?
Yes, background analyst, even our office manager who answers the phone is a big help in assisting investigations. So there are many other people that are involved in these cases, and specifically in this one.
And now, in this case, you worked with a partner agency. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Who was that?
The Liberty County Sheriff's Office.
And can you explain to the jury how you became involved in the Liberty County Sheriff's Office case?
Sure. There are a lot of cases with GBI that we get called to that are conflict cases or may involve one of their personnel in a matter where we have to be independent. For instance, an officer-involved shooting, something where we would have to come in and be separate and have a separate opinion and separate ourselves from them. In this particular case, they have what we call original jurisdiction. GBI has no jurisdiction in homicide, so we have to be invited in. In this case, I was requested by Lieutenant Tracy Jennings, who is their CID commander at that time.
And when they invited you in at that point, who took lead on the investigation?
We did.
And would it be fair to say that there are resources available to the GBI that may not be available to local agencies?
Yes, there are really a lot of great investigators that you've heard from local agencies, but we just become a force multiplier, and as such, even as GBI, we have to reach out to federal agencies to get assistance as well with other cases when we have problems or certain areas where they have expertise that we don't.
Would they have potentially access to resources that you at the GBI might not have access to?
Very much so.
Okay. Were you working as a special agent with the GBI in December of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us, were you on call on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us, you received a call from, you said, Lieutenant Jennings, is that right?
That's correct.
When you received that call, what time did you receive it?
Around 6:30 p.m.
And when you got that phone call, where did you go?
I went to the scene.
And where was that?
You've heard mention of the Barrington Ferry and Jones Road. It was a hunting club area off the Barrington Ferry Road. Barrington Ferry is the Liberty County portion. It's the same dirt road, but that road changes and becomes the Jones Road once it enters McIntosh County. Okay.
Can you tell us just a rough way, how do you get to there from here, meaning the courthouse?
The easiest way is to go to I-95, and once you get to Highway 17 to I-95, you would there's a landmark there called it's the world's smallest church. That landmark gets you to the Jones community, and the Jones Road is the first road past that. Once you turn on the Jones Road, you would be coming from the opposite end, from the McIntosh County side, and it would get you to the entry road or the Portal Hunting Club where you've heard mention of.
Can you get to that roadway from more than one road?
Yes, ma'am.
How else can you get in there?
From the Barrington Ferry Road, if you're coming from the Riceboro area, you would come down to the Barrington Ferry.
Now, I believe you indicated that was Riceboro, is that correct?
That's correct.
What county is Riceboro in?
Liberty County.
And that portion that you referred to of where you initially responded, what county was that in?
Liberty County.
When you got to that location, did there have like an actual address?
There was not. Lieutenant Jenkins had attempted to provide me with an address, and it was very difficult for her. She was just basically providing directions to me to get to the scene.
Okay, and when you got to the scene, did you ultimately take any coordinates?
I did.
What type of coordinates did you take?
I took GPS coordinates, and I've worked with Georgia State Patrol Aviation Unit over the years, and I'm also a commercial drone pilot. So I've always taken those coordinates in degrees, minutes, and seconds. That's a GPS or longitude, latitude format that allows and is used mostly by pilots for the areas in order for them to come to that location if needed.
And did you in fact take those coordinates for this case?
I did.
And where did that coordinate put you in terms of county?
Liberty County.
Now, that information, did you preserve it?
I did.
And when you got to that location, were you alone or with a partner when you first went out?
I was alone at that time because we responded individually. One of the reasons for is you can't really carpool because you may break off to go to different areas to interview witnesses, or we may get another call. So we always ride individually.
So you have a vehicle that's assigned to you?
I do.
And you arrived in that vehicle?
I did.
Do you know when you arrived, was there anyone else present at the location?
I remember Lieutenant Jenkins, Jennings, I keep butchering her name, and Jack Frost, the investigator. Lieutenant Anthony Brown was in a marked patrol unit, and that was it.
Okay. Was Agent Dickerson there yet?
He was not.
So when you first got there, were you the first GBI agent on the scene?
That's correct.
Okay. And can you tell us, do you recall approximately what time you arrived at the location?
8 p.m.
Okay. And this was on what day?
December the 2nd, and that would have been a Friday night.
Okay. So Friday night, December the 2nd of 2020, what year?
2.
And when you got there at 8 p.m., what was the lighting conditions at the time?
It was very dark. That time of year, it gets dark early, so it had been dark for a while. Very humid conditions. It had rained a few days prior.
Were you familiar with the precipitation yourself?
Yes.
And when you arrived there, you indicated that there were some other law enforcement officers there already, correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell us, was there, in fact, a, quote, crime scene already established when you arrived there?
Yes, there was. At the gateway, there was yellow crime scene tape across the gate, as well as a marked patrol car with blue lights going at the time. One of the reasons for the blue lights was the purpose of us being able to find the crime scene.
Do you know if there was somebody that was there logging or recording data?
That would have been Lieutenant Anthony Brown.
And what was he recording?
Just people who had entered the crime scene prior to my arrival.
Why do you have a crime scene log?
For the purposes of knowing who arrives there and entry in and out of the scene for contamination.
And when you say for contamination, what do you mean by that?
Just to make sure of who actually enters the scene. If somebody moves something or touched something, we would have documentation of it.
If there were potentially some DNA left behind, would that enable you to do anything with that information?
That's correct. We could log, and if it happened to be one of the persons on the log, we'd be able to eliminate them.
Okay. Did you ultimately have occasion to see Agent Dickerson?
I did.
Can you tell us when he arrived and what happened when he got there?
He was there quite a while later because he had a further drive. But I had been communicating with him and with my supervisors from the initial beginning. We knew that the scene was secure, the information was there, and he was getting the necessary equipment. We were prepared to be there for quite a while.
When you first arrived at the scene, did you see any portion of her remains?
I did.
What did you see?
Her torso, and she had been decapitated, and her legs were missing.
And at that time, were you able to see her arms?
I was.
Okay. I'm not going to show any of those photographs again. Can you tell us, when you first observed her, how far off the roadway she was?
Just right in the ditch, probably in defining the roadway, because there's not like lines, it's a dirt hunting club lane. So the area that you could tell just a few feet over into the ditch.
Okay. Was there anything in the ditch other than her remains?
And there was not.
Okay. What about the precipitation? Could you tell anything about the water conditions?
Yeah, this particular area is coastal, so the water in the ditch is more of a muddy marsh style, like marsh mud. So she was in that area.
Okay. And at the time that you made that observation, did you have occasion to see Agent Dickerson ultimately arrive?
I did.
Did he assist in getting her remains out of that ditch?
He did.
And could you tell how far into the ditch he had to go to assist in getting her out?
Yes, he actually had to wade down in the Tyvek suit. I helped him clear some of the brush that was in the area that would allow him to move her up from that point, and I helped him move Mindy's body up.
Okay. Now, you called her Mindy. At the time, did you know who she was?
I did not.
Okay. Were you able to tell her gender from her condition?
I could.
Okay. And was she clothed at that time or not?
She was not.
Did she have any jewelry on?
She did not.
And at that time, did you see any marks on her body that you believed would be indicators to assist with identification?
I did not.
Did you make attempts to roll her over to see if there were any additional marks?
Agent Dickerson did, and I took the photograph, so that allowed him to be able to manipulate and move to the point where, and I took his camera and photographed for him because he was in the mud.
Okay. Were there any marks, scars, tattoos, anything like that?
None visible.
Was that concerning to you?
Yes.
Why?
That's one of the identification factors of us being able to find through tattoos other ways of identification. So we had very limited ways of identifying her at that point.
Okay. And with her being decapitated, did that further complicate the situation?
Yes, it did.
Why?
Dental records are very common used for identifying remains.
And at that point, did you have that?
We did not.
Okay. Did you do anything with respect to the coroner's office?
Yes, the coroner had actually arrived, and which is very common for the coroner to arrive before we did. They realize it's a crime scene. He pronounces and he leaves. Later on, we call him and get him back to the scene. So he had already been there prior to my arrival. I talked to him later that night when he arrived to take custody of Mindy.
Okay. And did you facilitate him taking custody of her remains?
I did.
Okay. And you've seen some of the photographs of those portions of the remains that wound up at autopsy, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And were those the manner in which they were sent off to the medical examiner's office for an autopsy?
Yes, ma'am.
How does the autopsy get scheduled?
There's a coordination from that. I would contact what they call our death investigation specialist and provide them with facts that we knew at the time, a lot of preliminary information. The coroner also calls, and the coroner makes arrangements for transport. In Georgia, the coroner actually has control and custody of the body, but we have custody of the crime scene. So there's a coordination there of the crime scene needs to be complete, and we have to notify him to give him permission to take the body with him.
Is that why there are seals?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you ensure that those seals were intact?
I did.
And you saw them as they were displayed at the medical examiner's office on the autopsy photographs when they were received?
That's correct. Agent Dickerson, I actually watched him place the seal, so I was able to determine that seal and then review the photographs later of the seal.
And would it be fair to say that you reviewed all of the photographs prior to your testimony today?
Many times.
Okay. And we have not introduced every one of those photographs, correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, did the coroner ultimately make, I believe you said pronounced, is that the word you used?
That's correct.
What does that mean?
This determined a death when he arrives is basically his timeline for saying this is when I pronounce and say that this is deceased. Doesn't mean it's when the actual person, when they actually died, but that's when he pronounces an official pronouncement of deceased. That time was 6:40.
Okay. On December 2nd of 2022?
That's correct.
Now, you indicated that's not necessarily an indication of time of death, correct?
That's correct.
Are there times when the coroner can indicate time of death?
That's correct.
How does that occur?
Usually, like for example, an officer-involved shooting with a body camera and a time where witnesses and video stamps and would have a time, he would be able to determine an actual time.
Okay. And if not, it would simply be when they observed the person no longer living?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you indicated that ultimately the body was turned over to the coroner. Is that right?
That's correct.
Do you know where she went from there?
To our medical examiner's office.
Okay. And that's when the autopsy was to be performed?
Not specifically that night. It would be scheduled and the doctor would do it later.
Okay. And that ultimately was scheduled?
It was.
Okay. Were there initial steps at the scene to attempt to identify her?
Yes, there was.
What did you do at the scene on December 2nd of 2022 to attempt to identify her?
As I talked about other agencies helping, I contacted the Georgia State Patrol. I knew they had a live scan fingerprint device that would actually do fingerprints at the scene. It's portable. And there was a Georgia State trooper that brought that to the scene for us to attempt to identify her.
And did you, in fact, try to take her fingerprints?
We did.
And were they successful at taking the prints?
The print, it showed us processing, but it didn't come back with any record. So whether it was the quality of the print, the machine seemed to accept it at that time, but it didn't produce any record. So which would indicate that she'd never been fingerprinted before or arrested.
Is it common for the average citizen not to be fingerprinted?
That's correct.
Okay. When would you expect to find fingerprints?
If there had been a previous arrest
okay.
or
go ahead.
Other documentation, teachers, law enforcement officers are often fingerprinted, and some of those are on file.
Okay. So there was no match, though, at that time?
There was no match.
Okay. Now, can you tell us what you did at the scene with respect to trace evidence, to ensure the security of trace evidence?
That would have been the crime scene specialist, Agent Dickerson. He would be processing items of evidence and collecting for trace evidence.
Okay. And was there anything placed on her hands?
Yes. There were brown paper bags placed on her hands and sealed around with evidence tape.
On December 2nd of 2022, did you have any idea how the unidentified woman was killed?
I did not.
And at that point, did you know if she had had any contact with potentially an attacker?
I did not.
As a result, how would those bags potentially have helped?
The most probable way is fingernail scrapings, and one of the methods during autopsies is they actually clip the fingernails and preserve them as evidence.
Okay. And ultimately, you indicated that that portion of her remains were taken. Did you follow up to ensure that the crime laboratory received them?
I did.
Were there any requests submitted to the laboratory concerning her remains initially?
Yes. Basically, CODIS, DNA, fingerprinting, and initially, when you say initial, that first night, anything we could do to identify who she was.
Did you receive any assistance from the laboratory, the crime laboratory, in determining exactly what tests to request?
Specifically that night in regard to the torso night.
Not that evening?
Not
okay.
That evening.
During the course of your investigation, did you have conversations with the crime laboratory about what services they could or potentially could not provide?
Yes. Initially, a lot of the things that I was discussing was more of the ID. I wanted to know who this was. That was like through dental records, through DNA. I really wanted to push to get that system, to get the DNA, so I would call regularly about that. Eventually, my supervisor was involved, and then once we got to the point that Agent Dickerson had processed the evidence and was ready to submit, he submitted evidence and made certain requests as well. Those requests continue on, so there's not really one specific time that we requested, like we didn't deliver evidence and request everything.
And with respect to identity, why was that so important to you at that stage?
Knowing who it is very important to be able to move the case forward.
And if you didn't know who she was, how would that limit it? Sure. You indicated that it's important to know who it was because it would help move the case forward. How would knowing her identity help move the case forward?
To know the area she lived, where she was from, it's called victimology, what she did for a living, things of that nature.
Okay. And at that point, you did not know who she was still?
We did not.
Can you tell us, ultimately, did there come a time when you found additional people to speak with at that scene?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us what happened.
As we progressed, one of the hunters from Ed came back the next day and located some remains. So Monday we were scheduled to be there and with a larger search. So I interviewed Mr. Philip McKellar.
Okay. On the very first day of December 2nd of 2022, do you know if interviews were conducted on that day?
There were interviews by the Liberty County Sheriff's Office of the hunters, but no other interviews, no GBI interviews.
Okay. And at the time that you arrived, were they still on scene?
They were not.
Okay, so they had already left by that point.
That's correct.
Were you present while Agent Dickerson processed the crime scene?
I was.
And were you present to observe the recovery of the knife that you've seen admitted, I believe it was as 1.19, I believe, the Milwaukee knife?
I was.
Okay. And did you see where each of these items was recovered?
I did.
And as a result of that, was Agent or Detective Frost tasked with attempting to look into those items?
He was.
And did he in fact do that?
He did.
Did he provide you with the information he had recovered?
He did.
Okay. Now, you indicated that during the initial stages you didn't speak to anybody then. When did you first speak to somebody?
I actually interviewed one of the hunters on Monday.
Okay.
The following Monday while we were doing the search.
Okay. So on December 3rd, you heard testimony that there was another portion of Mindy's remains recovered. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Were you present on that day?
I was not.
Do you know who else was?
Yes. Well, at that time, Detective by Jack Frost, who's also been Investigator Frost, who's been identified both ways, but his current title is Investigator, but at that time he was a detective.
Okay. And so was he the partner that you were working with on this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And at that point, did he, as you heard him testify, handle the processing of her right leg?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at that point, ultimately, did that portion of her remains go to the crime laboratory as well?
It did.
Okay. And you indicated then that on Monday, would that have been December 5th of 2022?
That's correct.
You spoke with Mr. McCallum?
That's correct.
Okay. Tell the jury, when you spoke with Mr. McCallum, what was it your intention to do at that time?
Basically, he was there to tell the story of how they had found and located the initial remains in the second day.
Okay. Did you know at that point whether the torso and the two legs that you recovered belonged to the same person?
I did. As far as medically or officially, I didn't, but yes, I did. I came to a conclusion based on physically looking at them, where the cuts were located.
So it appeared that those, for lack of a more appropriate way to say it, that those remains matched each other physically?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at that point, how did that information assist in your investigation?
We knew we had another portion, so we had to continue to look for the other portions.
What did you do to facilitate that?
Over that weekend, we had coordinated a search with the Georgia Department of Natural Resources. They had a K-9 unit, as well as the South Carolina K-9 search team that you heard from earlier. They were specifically with cadaver dogs. They had great success around the country pretty much, and we coordinated with them to come assist us with the search, as well as requested Georgia State Patrol once again for the aviation unit.
And why did you seek out the assistance of the aviation unit?
The aviation unit, you've heard the dimension of drones, which are great, but there was so much territory to cover. It's a very large property. We've mentioned one hunting club, but there are actually several hunting clubs that are on the adjoining property. It actually, from that property, gets very close and goes into a military bombing range, which goes on even further. So when we say thousands of acres, you've heard 15,000, 25,000. The exact acreage is even more than that if you consider wooded area. It's not
area.
Owned by the same person. Naturally, you'll have some military areas. You had some, but it is a huge part of the property. If you look from a higher viewpoint, you can tell the property and the hunting club area. A satellite image would be the best view of the entire property.
And when you say the entire property, are you referring to just the Portal Hunting Club or that entire area?
The entire area that we would be searching at the time.
Just so we're clear, how large was the area in which her remains were ultimately recovered?
Several miles apart.
Okay. So was that in can you tell us approximately how many mile radius?
It was within a 3-mile radius.
Okay. And so they were not necessarily side by side?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you indicated that there was aerial attempts. Can you tell the jury the difference between drones versus helicopters?
Yes, ma'am. Drones are limited to 400 feet. They're an awesome tool that we use quite frequently to photograph and document scenes. But as a result, when you have a huge area like this, or an area that needs searching, where we were continuously searching for other body parts or other evidence, it's very limited. It's a 30-minute battery life to the most an hour battery life. So the helicopter would allow us to get higher and take a better overall picture than a drone.
At this time, I'd like to show the witness 1.104A through D. Thank you, counsel. Can I approach her?
Yes.
I'm going to ask that for the rest of his examination, if that's possible. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you recognize those to be?
Those are screenshots of satellite images.
And who created those screenshots?
I did.
And where did you take those screenshots from?
Google Earth.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of the area that you had searched in connection with this case from December 2nd through December 7th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
At this time, Your Honor, I would ask also, are there waypoints that are placed on there?
Yes, ma'am.
Who placed those waypoints?
I did.
And how did you place those waypoints?
Basically, with the coordinates that I've obtained, I drew and placed them on basically a PowerPoint slide to show those locations in reference to each other.
Did each of those have a longitude and latitude GPS coordinate?
They do.
And what are those coordinates from?
Those coordinates are listed in the photograph as Google Earth shows coordinates on longitude and latitude, but the actual dot was from coordinates that we had taken at the scene of each location.
Your Honor, at this time I'd seek to tender 1.104A through D.
Any objection? No objection. They're admitted. Those are 4 photographs.
Thank you.
A little giggle before he's like, Google Earth. That was cute.
I'm now showing you.
If I can use that word with him, it was a cute response. A little childish, childlike giggle.
1.104B. Plugged in, I may have to unplug it. Is it? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
He's got this great demeanor on the stand, but we know he can be a bulldog in an interrogation room because we watched the video.
Now, would it be fair to say that this photograph displays the area that you were searching?
That's correct.
And all of that green, what is that?
It's basically timberland in the property.
And those little blue dots, what are they?
Those were where we located Mindy.
Did it also include any of the other items located in connection with this case?
Yes, over in the left side it says Sterilite tote location and then Sterilite tote lid.
Would that be over here?
Yes, it's very blurry on my screen. I don't know for the jury.
I'm going to just walk it over to maybe make that easier.
And here we have the
Were
empty
each of
lectern.
those waypoints placed on that map concerning the coordinates that you were referring to?
That's correct.
Okay. And now, would it be fair to say that these other images zoom in closer?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to now show you 1.104A. Is that depicted here as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And then again, going even closer still, would that be here?
Yes, ma'am. That's better.
There you go. And was that able to show relatively where each of these items were found in relationship to each other?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, do you see these marks here, these white-ish lines? What are those?
Those are the hunting club roads.
And so would it be fair to say that those roads intersect and cross over each other?
They do.
Are you able to travel within the hunting club area to some of these various locations?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you required to go past the water pumping station in order to gain access to each of these?
Yes, ma'am.
And where would you have come in to see the water pumping station? Do you know on this?
The water pumping station would be in relation to probably closer to the top, say at 12 o'clock of the photograph. closer to the top underneath the torso road.
So I'm now putting up 1.104B. Do you see that up there?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that where you're referring to up there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Now, those photographs were taken in an effort to facilitate showing the relationships to each other?
That's correct.
Okay, and those coordinates were taken by whom?
By either the crime scene specialist, Special Agent Dickerson, Detective Jack Frost, and myself.
Can you tell the jury how much terrain was actually covered ultimately by these search teams?
If you include the Georgia State Patrol Aviation, thousands of acres.
Okay. And ultimately, was that terrain all similar throughout the area?
It was.
Was there any manpower on the ground other than the dogs?
Yes, there were other personnel that was with them that were actually searching. In the area, when we say the property and we talk about that property, there were still actively other things going on that I could see in the helicopter. You could see timber being harvested in the distance. At one point, you could see the military bombing range as we got closer over. There was different things that we could see and activity going on. So the area, certain around the scene, you would have our concentration of law enforcement people. But you also had areas outside that there was still activity going on.
Now, you've heard testimony concerning Mindy's left leg being recovered, correct?
That's correct.
And at that time, there were insect activity that was collected, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ultimately receive the report back from Dr. Mondor concerning his minimum postmortem interval, estimating when her remains were exposed?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
How did that assist you?
It helped narrow down the time frame or the window of what he called the colonization, or essentially when she was placed there.
And without forgetting, did all of those pieces ultimately go to the crime laboratory for the autopsy?
They did.
And did you ensure that the seals were properly placed?
I viewed a photograph. I didn't attend the autopsy because we were actually still working on the case and doing other things. And the crime scene specialist and Detective Jack Frost attended the autopsy. At that point, the medical examiner's office released photographs to me, and upon viewing those photographs, I can attest that those seals were in place.
Did you ultimately see the photographs that were displayed here concerning the forensic sketch?
I did.
Can you tell the jury when those photographs first came in, what did you yourself do as the lead investigator with respect to the forensic photographs?
The forensic photographs, they were published through our website, and in addition to find leads, as well as the National Association of Missing and Unidentified Persons system. They were entered and placed on it in an attempt to identify Mindy.
And at the time, were those successful in identifying her?
They were not.
Did you run down any leads independent of Mindy Mebane Kassotis?
We got numerous leads and phone calls. We were called from other law enforcement agencies. That night I had reached out to look for other missing persons in the area, and we had no missing person reports. One of the closest reports was Richmond Hill in Bryan County, and which did not fit the description at that time. And as well as once we started receiving these leads, some of the leads were very obvious. They had, whereas African American, others had tattoos, arrest records. Some that became closer, we would ask, did they have dental records or DNA available? Some had been missing 20 years. So we had calls from all over that we were identifying from there and going through these leads.
Do you have any idea how many leads you ran down?
Over 50.
Okay. Different individuals that it could have been?
That's correct.
Okay. And you indicated at some point referencing dental remains or dental records. Was Mindy's head ultimately located?
It was.
And when that was found, did you receive any information from the medical examiner concerning her dental records?
Yes, the x-rays showed that she had a dental implant.
And where was that located, if you recall?
It was on the right upper.
Okay. And when you say a dental implant, are you talking about basically like a crown?
Yes.
Okay. And as a result, did you attempt to try and use that to assist you in any way?
Yes, we had people basically that called in saying that they were serialized, that they could be determined, but the medical examiner's office has a forensic orthodontist that actually helps with identifying if you have existing records. But we determined that that implant could not be, or crown could not be located to a specific area or a specific identity. It did not have a serial number on it.
Was that another dead end?
It was.
And when that occurred, did that further prevent you from being able to identify her at that stage?
Yes, ma'am.
So at that point, what were you waiting on for more identification?
Just more information to continue to go. We're waiting for DNA. We're waiting for other things to continue to develop leads to get us.
Okay. So at that point, while you were running down all the leads, did you have her DNA back yet?
Her initial DNA, yes.
Okay. And had that been processed through CODIS?
It had.
And did that yield any results?
It did not.
So at that point, you still had no idea who it was?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you, I'd like to mark these, or they've already been marked as 1.114, 115, and 116. Do you recognize what's in these photographs?
This is his third time on the stand. He's been recalled twice. He is the final witness of the prosecution. They were expected to arrest.
What do you recognize those to be?
This is a PowerPoint presentation that I took photographs of Mindy that had been provided by her mother, Miss Betsy Medden, alongside of the sketches that had been produced by our forensic artist. A couple of different sketches, and then the last sketch was basically Mindy by herself with that sketch.
At this time, I'd seek to tender 1.114, 115, and 116.
Any objection?
No objection.
They're admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor? Was that the first photograph or forensic image that was generated by the artist?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
I'm now showing you, that was 114, I'm now showing you 115. Was this the second photograph that was generated?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm now showing you 116. Is that ultimately a picture of Mindy Medden next to the second drawing?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what you published to the public in order to attempt to try and get any leads?
Yes, ma'am. Let me say I basically was the agency, our public information officer as well as others send it out.
I just put this poll up for you, Paula Mack. Thanks for asking.
When you ultimately got the information concerning the post-mortem, minimum post-mortem interval, did that do anything with respect, that range that Dr. Monder gave you, did that do anything with respect to your investigation?
It did.
Can you tell the jury what?
It basically narrowed down the date and timeline for us to be able to compare and look at data. One of the big things is the DVR that had been taken into custody from the water pumping station. It had thousands of few-second clips that were together. I was able to call our cyber unit and basically have them narrow down and give me a fewer number of clips to review.
And would that be one of those resources within the GBI that assists you with some of the other technology?
Very much so.
Okay. And the cyber, did you call it cyber technology unit?
I don't
know what it's called.
That's essentially what I call it, the cyber crimes. It's G2, 3, or a number of that.
Okay. And did they ultimately process that DVR for you?
They did.
Did they provide you with any still photographs for a time period in connection with this case?
They did.
Now, ultimately, and I'm going a little out of sequence here, did you determine who the unidentified female in the woods was by DNA?
We did.
And who was that?
Mindy Mebane Kassotis.
And did you determine who her husband was at that time?
Yes, we did.
As a result of that, did you make efforts to identify whether or not he might have been in some way involved in this case?
We did.
And I'm going to now show you what has previously been admitted as 1.19, the business records from J.C. Lewis Ford. Are you familiar with these records?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
And in these records, were you able to determine the vehicle identification number of the vehicle registered to Mr. Kassotis?
Yes, ma'am.
And what state was that vehicle registered in?
Georgia.
Did it have a Georgia tag on the back of it?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have the ability to get his Georgia driver's license as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And we've seen that Georgia driver's license. I'm publishing this. Council, this is the photograph. That photograph of Nicholas Kassotis, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that vehicle was purchased by him, is that right?
That's correct.
And that purchase and sales contract reflected the vehicle identification number?
That's correct.
Did it also indicate to you the color, make, and model?
Yes, ma'am.
And when it indicated the color, make, and model, did that do anything with respect to your reviewing of the footage from the Riceboro pumping station?
It did.
Why was that important to you?
It was able to narrow down a time frame of when a similar vehicle had passed that particular water pumping station or security camera.
Okay. I'm now going to show the witness 1.21, 22, 23, and 24. Show them to counsel.
I want to see these pumping station pictures. I'd like it to be like a crystal clear image of the defendant driving
And
the
at
car.
this time, when you saw these, did it have a timestamp on there as to when that vehicle was in the vicinity of that area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm now going to show that on the screen, if I may. What timestamp was that initially observed?
11/16/21 on November the 29th of 2022.
To be fair, in all of that hunting territory, are there other cameras on the roadway other than the one that we see here?
On the roadway, there's another at the end of the roadway, but that's it.
Okay. Was that operational on that date?
That one appeared to have been struck by lightning. We gathered it as well, but was unable to recover anything.
So you looked?
Yes.
And that camera captured that vehicle, is that correct?
The water pumping station camera.
Thank you for clarifying. So the vehicle that we observe here on this camera, do you have any idea where on the roadways exactly it traveled after it goes out of this vision?
It goes out of frame for approximately 40 minutes and then returns back in front, going back in the opposite direction.
Okay. Are there any cameras inside of the hunting territory on the roadways in the hunting territory?
They're not.
Okay. And I'm now showing you 1.22. Does that show it further into the frame?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be fair to say that's a couple seconds later?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you indicated it passed back sometime 40 minutes later, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm now showing 1.23. Is that the one that we're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
And what time is that scene?
It's at 12 and with 13 seconds.
Okay. And did that appear to you to be the same vehicle?
Yes, ma'am, it did.
I'm now showing you 1.24.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the same at a different position in the roadway?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you have the actual videos that we talked about with Mr. Glover?
Yes, ma'am. They were preserved on a DVR.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I'm going to seek to publish 1.25, the two clips. If I may have just a moment.
We would love to be able to see these.
We can turn that on. Thank you. Oh, I have to turn this off first. Is this the portion of the video clip that we attempted to watch with Mr. Glover?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's hope it works now.
Oh man, that's an HD.
What did you observe there?
Truck.
A log truck or a timber truck.
That was 11/16. Here comes. Oh, it's right behind it. Boom. That looks like an about to be burned out Ford Explorer to me.
Did you see that same vehicle that we captured the screenshots from?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be fair to say that this was the actual segment of the original video?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was there a second segment that captures it going back the other direction?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm now going to seek to play that second exhibit now, Your Honor.
We need cameras like this in every bank across the country. This whole Minecraft resolution camera of bank robberies is not acceptable.
Thank you.
Here we go. This one could be fast. This is 45 minutes later. There it is. Boom. Got it.
Was that the second portion that you observed?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm now stopping at 12 and 22 seconds. Thank you. Now, you took screenshots, and we saw them here. Is that right?
I have hundreds of screenshots.
Did you try to figure out who was behind the driver's seat?
Yes, ma'am.
Zoom in?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ask cybersecurity to do everything they could to try and enhance or blow that up?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
What happened when you tried to blow it up or zoom in?
It was distorted, but I was able to discern some information from it.
Okay. What did you observe?
I observed a white male in the vehicle, but I couldn't identify the white male.
As a result of that, was that enough for you to take warrants at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You took warrants on that day, or do you know when?
No, it was an addition.
Okay. So let's go through the rest of that.
Yes.
Ultimately, when you determined that that vehicle was present at the location, did you secure any of the phone records in connection with this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And we heard some testimony from Agent Bernie of the FBI. Is that correct?
The phone records actually came later. I took the warrants before the phone records returned.
Okay. So if we can, let's go back just then a little bit. You indicated that ultimately you developed the leads through the forensic sketches, correct?
That's correct. And DNA, yes.
And DNA. Tell us how it came to be that you found out about the DNA.
The DNA was a lead provided to us by the gene-to-gene that you had heard, which we identified Miss Betsy Mevin, the mother, and were able to go and get her DNA to compare.
And ultimately, did you get a result from the identification of Mrs. Betsy Mevin and your unidentified female?
We did. The report was actually issued on the May the 10th, but I was not notified until May the 11th of 2023.
And at that time, once you identified that it was Mrs. Mindy Kassotis, did that further enhance your position of taking warrants?
Yes, ma'am, but I'd already taken the warrants at that point, too.
Okay. What other information at that point had you received concerning Mr. Kassotis in connection with this case?
And you mean at the time of arrest warrants?
Yes, sir.
At the time of arrest warrants, I'd received the information through the interviews with Mindy's mother and father, as well as information from our intelligence unit and the FBI intelligence unit and the Pennsylvania State Police of name changes, tag changes, in addition to other information such as car wash records and things like that had led me to believe there was probable cause to apply for a warrant.
Okay. And at that time, did you also have Home Depot?
I did.
You had the records from Home Depot through Detective Frost?
Yes, ma'am.
And if I can, just one moment.
I went back and watched the replay of the mom there, sitting over his right shoulder back. She mouthed something about Heather when she comes back in. And it looks to me like she says, I hate her. That's just what it looks to me like she says. Might be something different. I can show you if we've got a second.
You saw business records concerning the receipt from November 29th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that from what location?
Home Depot on Victory Drive in Savannah.
Okay. And you also saw a photograph, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now I'm going to ask, Your Honor, that we display the image of just the receipt for the moment. This is on 1.101. It's in evidence as the business records. Is that the receipt that you observed?
Yes, ma'am.
Did it have a date and time?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
And what date was that?
11/29/2022 at 8:56:33 a.m.
And did it indicate the location of that store?
Store number 170 at 1901 East Victory Drive in Savannah.
And did it indicate what was purchased?
It says MKE smooth blade insulation knife.
And did it indicate who the customer was that purchased that knife?
Nicholas Kassotis.
Thank you. I'm now asking to display this record from the business records from Home Depot. Can you tell us what is depicted underneath his left armpit?
It appears to be a red knife similar to the one found at the scene. Matching the receipt would be an MKE insulation knife or a Milwaukee insulation knife.
And behind you, Agent Sands, is the knife that was introduced into evidence. Can you please grab that?
Yes,
ma'am. Everyone's been holding that knife. Oh, you don't need gloves. It's got everyone's germs on it. You do need gloves. I'm just kidding. These are small gloves, and we probably could have used a medium in this situation. Just saying.
Can you take those out for us, please? What exhibit number is that, just so I can on the record?
State's Exhibit 1.13.
Thank you. Can you show that to the jury, please? Inside of the sheath, please. Yes.
Look at, he can't even get the gloves
And
to the end
that
of the fingers.
black sheath,
They're so small.
What did you think was underneath, from your observations, the arm of Mr. Kassotis in that image?
A similar knife to this one.
Okay. And based on that receipt that we just observed, you can sit down, thank you.
Okay.
What type of knife is the one that's in your hand?
It has Milwaukee on the label, so a Milwaukee insulation knife.
Thank you. Now, concerning November 28th of 2022, did you determine whether or not Mr. Kassotis made any other purchases of knives?
Yes, ma'am.
What knives did he purchase?
Hunting kit from Bass Pro Shops.
Okay. And was that the information that we saw Ms. Satcher from the crime laboratory talk about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what date was that purchased?
The 28th, which would have been the day before.
Of 2022?
That's correct.
Was that information corroborated in any other fashion?
Yes, through the vehicle records and the phone records actually showed the area in the same way.
Okay. And did you rely upon that information when securing your warrants?
I had already secured the warrants when I received that information.
Okay. So that was additional information you discovered?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And ultimately, just so we're clear, during the course of Mrs. Kassotis or Mindy's autopsy, did they determine an approximate height and weight for her?
Yes, ma'am.
And as a result, I apologize, can you tell us approximately how tall she was?
5 foot 9 inches.
And approximately how much did she weigh?
Between 185 and 200 pounds.
And would it be fair to say that during the course of the autopsy, they weighed the different portions of the remains?
That's correct.
Is that all documented on the autopsy report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so would it be fair to say that you knew exactly how much each of those portions of her remains weighed?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you indicated that you secured a DNA sample from Mrs. Betsy Mebane. Is that correct?
That's correct.
At the time you spoke with her, did she indicate to you if she had any other daughters other than just Mindy?
She did not.
Now, when you spoke with Mrs. Mebane and Mr. Frank Mebane, her parents, when did you first speak with them?
The first time would have been May the 2nd, and then Mr. Frank was a few days later.
Okay. Where did you speak with her?
At her office at a law firm in Savannah.
Okay. And when you went to speak with her, can you tell the jury, was that difficult to accomplish?
Yes, ma'am. We'd initially received information that the FBI had reached out and tried to attempt to locate her at Hilton Head, as well as made phone calls. So we actually traveled to Savannah to the law firm. I spoke with the receptionist, and the receptionist had called upstairs to where she was working. And the receptionist, we waited and waited, and then a few minutes later the receptionist said, "Oh, there she is there," and we called her as she's leaving.
Okay. And when she called her as she was leaving, did you have a chance to speak with her?
We did.
Did you have any difficulty with that initial conversation?
Yes, ma'am. We had to verify who we were. She really didn't understand exactly who we were at that time.
And can you tell the jury, at that time, did you know what Mrs. Mebane thought was the condition of her daughter?
After the interview I did, but prior to that, no.
Okay. Was she aware that her daughter was deceased?
Yes, she was.
Did she indicate, without telling us exactly what was said, if she knew when she had passed?
She did.
Okay. And who had provided her with that information?
Nicholas Kassotis.
Okay. And did she, at that time, when you spoke with her, you said it was May, what date?
Would have been May the 2nd.
Okay.
Of 2023.
Thank you. Year. When you spoke with her on May the 2nd of 2023, did she indicate to you the status of what she believed was Mr. Kassotis' condition?
She did.
And what was his condition at that time?
She believed he was deceased.
And did she provide you with any of the emails that you saw here in the court concerning his death?
She did.
At that time, did you advise her his living conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
Was she surprised?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, why was it important to you to know when Mr. and Mrs. Mebane believed that Mindy had passed?
To determine when it had happened.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you've heard testimony here in the courtroom that they believed she had died on December 1st of 2022. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And at that point, based on the entomologist, what steps in your investigation did you believe had already occurred?
At that point, as far as our investigation goes, we were in the process of searching for him.
Okay. For who is him?
Mr. Kassotis.
Okay. And did her parents' information assist you in limiting the timeline as to her death as well?
It did.
Okay. And had Mr. Frank advised you of when the last time he had seen her?
Yes, ma'am.
And had Mrs. Mebane also advised you as to when she had last seen her daughter?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you at that time have any reason to believe that anyone other than Mr. Kassotis had been with Mrs. Mindy?
I did not.
As far as you knew, was there anyone else with opportunity, with access to her at that time?
Not according to the defendant.
Okay. And specifically, were you able to determine a time frame with respect to when you believed that she had passed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you know for sure exactly where in your investigation or when she died?
I did not.
Okay. When you were investigating this case, did you attempt to limit that as much as possible?
Yes, ma'am.
And as a result, where did you take the warrants?
Liberty County.
Why did you take the warrants in Liberty County?
At that part in that determination, through consultation with the district attorney's office, as well as my past experience with other cases, venue resided where the body was at the time when you can't determine an exact location of death.
So as you sit here, did you have lots of speculation as to what you thought might have happened without telling us what it was?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But ultimately, without a definitive answer, where did you rely on for that?
And where the torso was located in Liberty County.
Okay. Was other portions of her remains in different counties?
Yes, ma'am.
What county?
McIntosh County.
Okay. And at that point, why did you determine Liberty as opposed to McIntosh?
They're in the same judicial circuit, and her torso, which was the initial discovery, was in Liberty County.
Now, did you confirm with Mr. and Mrs. Mebane their whereabouts at the time leading up to December 2nd of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did you believe they were at the time?
At one point, Mr. Mebane was in surgery. Prior to that, they were in Hilton Head.
And do you know where in Hilton Head they were, with whom?
They had a condo, which we had the address of, which the initial address that was provided of us. And then at that point is when they returned back for Mr. Mebane to have surgery.
And did you confirm that information?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be fair to say that they had to be ruled out as suspects as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you in fact do that by corroborating that information?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know if Mrs. Mebane had been working that week of after Thanksgiving?
No, ma'am, not until I heard her testimony.
Okay. So ultimately, when they came back, meaning Mr. and Mrs. Mebane, did they return to the dwelling as far as you knew?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you spoke with them, is that when you learned of the location where they were residing?
Yes, ma'am.
As a result of that, what did you do?
We had went to that location. Actually, the team of agents prior to me arriving had went to the location and interviewed the Airbnb, Ms. Hanson that you heard from, and began processing that particular residence.
Okay. And when you processed that residence at that time, was that attempting to determine what, if anything, may have happened there?
That's correct.
Okay. When you ultimately had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Kassotis himself, we watched those in court, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those the entire interviews in their entirety?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
Okay. Did Mr. Kassotis also indicate that Mindy's parents had gone to Hilton Head and were away for that time period?
He did.
So that was in his own words?
Yes, ma'am.
once you went withdrawn, once you were able to get Dr. Monder's report and speak with Mrs. and Mr. Mebane, Mindy's parents, did you go back and reevaluate all the leads you had in this case?
Yes, ma'am. We looked over all of it.
Okay. And initially, you heard Detective Frost testify that he had determined that Mr. Kassotis had purchased the knife as early as December 7th of 2022. You knew that in your investigation. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Why was that not important to you initially?
Initially, he had contacted, and Detective Frost had ran that information out, and had contacted Mindy's brother. And at that time, he felt like it wasn't necessary.
Okay. And ultimately, did you know that it was Mindy Kassotis back on December 7th of 2022?
We did not.
Okay. Now, you've heard testimony concerning the Airbnb, is that correct?
That's correct.
And during the course of that testimony, did you have occasion to take side-by-side photographs of the rug from the consent search at that dwelling and the Airbnb location profile pictures?
Profile pictures from the internet, yes, ma'am.
At this time, I'd like to show counsel 1.109.
It's believed that he took the rug either to use it
Did
to
you make a
dispose of her
demonstrative
body.
aid for this jury of these two rugs side by side?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And I'd like to show that to the witness.
Or he threw it away after it had blood on it.
Yes, ma'am. This actually has my name and case number and GBI presentation on the bottom. It was initially prepared to present the case to the district attorney's office, but it's also here. It'll be 1.109.
Thank you. Is that in the same or substantially the same condition as when you made it?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the photographs that we just described?
Yes, ma'am.
This time I'd like to tender 1.109.
Any objection?
No objection as a demonstrative.
All right, and it's admitted for demonstrative purposes only.
May I publish?
You may.
So not as evidence, but we get to see it. The jury gets to see it. They get to consider it, but not as... Do appreciate the 606 of you who have liked the stream. Thank you very much.
Are those the photographs of those two rugs side by side?
Yes, ma'am.
What color backdrop do each of those rugs have?
A terrible picture.
Like the primary portion of the rug. What color is it?
It's a mixed color.
Okay. Is there a cream portion to this rug as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is that present in both of those rugs?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to bring it up to the jury as well, Your Honor.
Elmo just doesn't...
Did you believe that they looked, well, did she, meaning Mrs. Hanson, recognize the difference between these rugs?
She did.
And Mr. Kassotis advised during his interview that he replaced the rug, didn't he?
He did.
Did he say why?
He said that Rusty had gotten sick on the road.
So he replaced it because Rusty got sick on the rug on the right side, correct?
That's correct.
You replaced it with a sort of similar looking rug, but not the same. Francis, thank you so much.
Now, in connection with this case, did you have an opportunity to determine if Mr. Kassotis did anything after December 1st of 2022 when his wife had passed?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us, well, before I go on to that, can you just tell me, we talked about some Airbnb records, is that right?
Yeah.
And
Yes,
we received those, and I say we, law enforcement received those, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you review those records for Airbnb?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you determine who had rented the location at 311 East 65th Street in Savannah?
Yes, ma'am. Nicholas Kassotis.
Not Jim McIntyre?
Not Jim McIntyre.
Not APIS Security?
No, ma'am.
Nicholas Kassotis?
That's correct.
Under his actual name?
That's correct.
Unexpected Jim
And that's in the period of when?
There's a range of times, a range of bank records that indicate that.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that the Airbnb was rented approximately May of 2022?
That's correct. May to June in that area.
Okay, and that was under his real name of Nick Kassotis at the time.
Asked and answered.
It is, it's repetitive.
Thank you, Your Honor. Were there any payments made by Jim McIntyre on any of the bank records?
No, ma'am.
Any of the Airbnb records?
No, ma'am.
Any APIS security on any of the bank records?
No, ma'am.
Any of the Airbnb records?
No, ma'am.
Any of the Home Depot records?
No, ma'am.
Now, you indicated that you also got those bank records. Is that right?
That's correct.
Did you go through them individually?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you attempt to determine what transactions would be demonstrated on those bank records?
Yes, ma'am.
In conjunction with that, was there a report made of an Excel spreadsheet?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury what that was?
It was basically records that were created from the bank records that make them easier or simpler to look over. Our intelligence analysts assisted with that preparation.
And did you have an opportunity to review those records, meaning the Excel spreadsheet?
I did.
Did you compare it to the original bank records?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And would it be fair to say that that would assist this jury perhaps in reviewing the evidence in connection with this case?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, I would like to, let me just be clear. You saw it before you testified here today?
I've seen it many times.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I would seek to introduce 1.101 under the folder certified business records, the transaction card for debit card transactions 2022 and 2023 for demonstrative purposes.
No objection for demonstrative purposes.
All right, and they're so admitted.
Thank you.
Excuse me, can I get that exhibit number?
It's on the USB 1.101 in the folder certified business records.
Thank you.
If we can turn that on. Now, is the account number listed in one of these columns?
Yes, ma'am.
And does it list the amount and the purchases?
Yes, ma'am, along with a date.
Okay. Just for the purposes of this exhibit, does this exhibit indicate where the purchases start back on October 1st of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And where are those purchases primarily made?
Uber Eats, Savannah, Georgia, Publix, Savannah, Georgia, Taco Bell, Savannah, Georgia, PetSmart, Savannah, Georgia, and Firehouse Sub, Savannah, Georgia.
Would it be fair to say that all of those purchases are within what area?
Savannah, Georgia.
And if you continued through this exhibit, all the way down, I'm scrolling through
YouTube
until
TV.
November 4th. Is there a transaction on November 4th of 2024? Or rather, 2022, excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
What was that purchase at what location?
The Home Depot, Savannah, Georgia.
Did that coincide with the reports you received back from Home Depot about a purchase?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was purchased on that date?
And that would have been the shovel purchase.
$84
If
for
I
a
scroll
shovel.
down now, are those
Made of
purchases
gold?
still within the Savannah area?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you get down to November 28th of 2022, was there a purchase made on that date?
This is Bass Pro Store, Savannah, Georgia.
And on the 29th, does it show a transaction?
It's Marathon Petro 24, Midway, Georgia.
Okay. Now showing you what I'd like to mark as 1.117. I'm showing it to counsel. Do you recognize what's depicted here?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
That's a photograph, basically with the transaction listed at the bottom, and the store, the Marathon store, located in Midway, Georgia, which is here in Liberty County.
And where is Midway in reference to, or relationship to Riceboro?
It's north of Riceboro.
Would that be in between Riceboro and Savannah?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And was there a transaction made at that Marathon gas station?
Yes, ma'am.
At what time?
The timestamp,
Or date, just a date.
the date's the 29th,
Okay.
but I don't recall the specific time.
Okay. And that physical location was on November 29th of 2022 at that gas station?
That's correct.
Does that show up in the bank records?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, I would seek to tender that exhibit.
Any objection?
That's a demonstrative, correct? I have no objection as a demonstrative, Your Honor.
I have no objection to it being demonstrative. May I publish?
I think it's admitted without limitation. You may proceed.
We just need 298 more
Now, this
likes.
bottom portion here, the clip, the white section, what is that?
That's the screenshot of the bank record
And the photograph on the left and the right side up top, what is that?
of the store itself.
And do you know whether or not this card associated with this account was utilized at this store?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know that?
It came back in the records, bank records for Nick Kassotis.
And those bank records that are displayed here on the bottom, those belong to Mr. Kassotis?
That's correct.
This is the
Now,
crescendo.
I'd like to scroll down to
It's their big
December
finish.
1st of 2022.
Kelly,
If you can tell
thank you
us if
so
there was
much.
anything that was interesting in your investigation concerning the activities of the card after December 1st of 2022.
Yes, ma'am. There was a tidal wave, Savannah, Georgia car wash.
What date was that?
December 1st, 2022.
And does it indicate when that posted to the account?
Yes, ma'am. It posted the following day on December 2nd.
And prior to your testimony here today, did you have an opportunity to get a clip from the bank records for that date and transaction?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing the witness, if I may, 1.110. Did you also have occasion to try to track the vehicle itself on December 1st and 2nd of 2022?
Yes, ma'am. With the assistance of our intelligence analysts, we were able to track the vehicle for a specific and got a photograph of it that day.
How do you know it's the same vehicle?
Based on the tag number and the vehicle registration prepared by our intelligence analyst.
And you saw the records for that vehicle here in court, is that correct?
That's correct.
And was that the license plate associated with that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
That being the 2022 green Ford Explorer?
That's correct.
And were you able to make any observations with respect to that photograph that was important to your investigation?
Yes, ma'am. The vehicle had appeared to have been recently washed.
Is that a photograph of the material that you received?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you received concerning that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a portion of the Renaissance Bank records already in evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, I would seek to tender that exhibit as a demonstrative aid.
No objection as a demonstrative.
All right, it's admitted for that purpose.
Was there anything interesting about the tires on this car?
Yes, ma'am. It appeared the vehicle had recently been washed.
Could you tell? What was the weather conditions like leading up to December 1st and 2nd of 2022?
It had rained.
How were the roads out in the Portal Hunting Club on those dates?
Portions of them had began to dry, but there were portions that were very wet.
Are there any mud on these tires?
No, ma'am.
And that car had recently been through the tidal wave car wash, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
After December 1st and 2nd of 2022, can you tell if there was a change in the transaction record for the Renaissance Bank account records attributed to Mr. Kassotis?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that?
We see on the 7th of Cottonwood, Alabama, then Jacksonville, Florida on the 6th, Orange, Florida on the 7th, Tennessee on the 8th, Illinois on the 8th again, St. Louis, Missouri on December 9th, Jacksonville, Florida on December the 7th, and Prattville, Alabama is back to St. Louis, Missouri on the 10th. Target in Brentwood, Missouri on, let's see, make sure I get the green light, on the 12th. Chesterfield, Missouri, the 13th. And then in Greenville, Indiana on the 15th.
How far are those locations from Savannah, Georgia?
Quite a ways.
Are they close to each other?
No, ma'am.
To your knowledge, based on the records, were there any transactions for anywhere outside of Georgia from October 1st of 2022 through till December of 2022?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. You can turn it off. Your Honor, for the purposes of this portion of my presentation, I've printed out 1.101, the Renaissance Bank records for the account ending in
Good crap, that's a whole ream of paper.
141. I'm showing them to counsel.
Take your time. He's like, yeah, go ahead.
I've marked them as 1.101 Renaissance. May I approach the witness?
You may.
It's a stack of bank statements.
May you, Madam Clerk?
May you?
This is in evidence. I'm publishing the first page of this document. Can you tell us whose account this was?
Nicholas Kassotis.
And if I scroll down on that first page, oh, one moment. Does it indicate that that account was opened? Date opened?
Yes, ma'am. 5/27 of 22.
So on May 27th of 2022, this account was opened in what name?
Nicholas Kassotis.
Not Nicholas Stark.
That's correct.
Nicholas Kassotis.
Because it didn't really change his name.
And the clips that we've shown in those demonstrative aids that you just I just showed to the jury, are they from these records?
Yes, ma'am.
And will these records, they're already in evidence, correct?
That's correct.
You can turn that off, thank you. Now, after December 1st of 2022, did you determine if Mr. Kassotis made any efforts to secure additional driver's licenses?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, I'm showing counsel 1.105. .106, 1.107, 1.108. I'm also showing him 1.111 and 1.112.
These all alternate driver's licenses? I mean, how many states did he apply in?
I'm going to start with 1.105, 1.107, and 1.108. Can you tell us what these three records are?
And 1.105 is Georgia Driver Services driver's license, Nicholas James Kassotis. Or Kassotis.
Your Honor, at this point I would seek to tender those three exhibits. They're all certified copies, and counsel's been provided.
The three are which numbers?
1.105, 1.107, and 1.106?
8.
8. Thank you.
5, 7, and 8? No
Yes.
objection.
All right, they're admitted.
Can you tell us what was the driver's license for Georgia in that case?
The Georgia driver's license was issued for Nicholas James Kassotis, issued on July the 26th of 2022.
And that was July 26th of 2022 under the name Kassotis.
That's correct.
Were you able to determine a driving record after December 1st of well, let me back up. After May of 2022, or 2023 rather, my apologies.
Yes, there's a state of Delaware dated July the 24th of 25.
Okay, so I'm going to slow down. Let me make my question more clear. So with Georgia, that record initially indicates that it was issued what date?
The issue date is July the 26th of 2022.
Was there ever a different name on his Georgia driver's license than Mr. Kassotis from the records from the Georgia Department of Driver Services?
No, ma'am.
There was no driver's license with a different name?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now you heard testimony from Miss Samantha Kolyesnik, correct?
That's correct.
And she indicated that Mr. Kassotis provided her with a driver's license. Is that right?
That's correct.
And I'm showing counsel 1.111. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Where did you receive that driver's license from? Or the photograph?
From Miss Kolsnick.
Okay. And was there anything on there that was important to your investigation?
Yes, ma'am. Basically looking at the last name, that's not consistent with the Georgia driver's license information that I had been provided. And you can see a faint in the background, the faint area that can tell his license appears to be altered.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the paperwork that Ms. Kolyesnik gave you?
That's correct.
And did you put any markings on that?
There's an arrow pointing to that area where you start to see basically where the image had been changed.
At this time, I would seek to tender 1.111 as a demonstrative aid.
As a demonstrative aid.
All right, it's admitted.
I'm going to actually ask that this be published and they can look at it.
Okay.
I like these limits about clicking the like button. You guys are creative. Can we look at it too, if you're publishing it? It's probably got somebody's social on there, so maybe not. Definitely has addresses. So altering your driver's license generally is not legal. Just a PSA. The pace of the prosecutor as she's presenting this and the tone, there rapid fire evidence. We are basically the summation of their case right here. We should be done with all their evidence here shortly. Don't expect to find out if he's going to take the stand tonight or not. It's still going to be up in the air, probably till tomorrow morning. You'll probably want to be here for that.
Thank you. Now, you indicated that the driver's license for Georgia was July of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
After December 1st of 2022, can you tell the jury where was the first place the driver's license got changed?
There's a state of Delaware driving record.
Okay.
The issue date is 1/13 of 2023.
And that issue date for 1/13/2023, what name did Mr. Kassotis utilize?
Nicholas James Kassotis.
That was on January 13th of 2023?
That's correct. With a Wilmington, Delaware address.
Prior to that, had Mr. Kassotis already changed his name legally anywhere else?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to now show the witness 1.106. Do you recognize this certified document?
Tag, 31 months, OG. Good to have you here, Tag.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What is that?
That is a document where he changed his name to Nicholas James, from Nicholas James Kassotis to Nicholas Stark.
And what day did he seek his name change?
This was filed on January the 4th of 2023 in the Circuit Court of St. Louis County.
At this time, I seek to tender 1.106, Your Honor.
Any objection? No objection.
It is admitted.
Thank you. So you said that this was January 4th of 2023, is that right?
That's correct.
And on January 13th, he used the name Kassotis for Delaware?
That's correct.
Was that after he had already secured Missouri?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to publish this. Did Mr. Kassotis have to provide any information on that application to change his name in Missouri?
Yes, ma'am.
If you could, excuse me.
We'll go ahead and give you the break. I understand a couple of the jurors could use it.
That's fine.
I think it's been 2.5 hours. So y'all can step out with the bailiff and we'll take a short recess.
What's funny is we might be like 2 minutes away from the defense being done. But the jurors call a break. So, Crafter Shells, hey, 31 months as well. Shells, thank you very much. Congratulations. It would not be the same without you here. 31 months of support. It's amazing. This new edition of having
All right,
read
jury's out. We'll take a 10-minute recess.
Thank you.
having Red Pen on as a moderator is nothing but good for us. She's going to improve our language skills immensely. Grammar, punctuation police probably going to be in the house soon, so it's going to be good. Yes, just know that red pen has been used to correct many a paper and many a comment, including mine. The limericks are great, by the way. This is teaching poetry today. What is the rhyming scheme for a limerick? The only thing I can think of when I think of rhyming is iambic pentameter, and I don't know what that means. So I'm not sure if that's the same. AABBA. Okay, I got it. I got that. Right, AABBAA. Or AABBA. So A and A rhyme, B and B rhyme, and A rhymes with A. The A rhymes with AA. Got it. So what rhymes with algorithm? Nothing closely, but criticism was my suggestion. Or mechanism. All right. Same thing that rhymes with orange. Did somebody say ABBA? Yes, we said ABBA. We are ask Rock. Oh, thanks, Lizzie. Lots of things like Dancing Queen. Thank you for those who are clicking the like button. We're now up to 823. Now, during this break is a great time to do it because I know some of you have to cut away from full screen to do that. You don't want to miss anything, but now would be a time to do that. Just click away, and then we'll be all caught up. 827 of you. Thank you very much. The poll that came in recently, we just finished the poll. I closed it out, put the post results one more time in chat, was this. Will Nicholas Kassotis take the stand in his own defense? Yes. 40% said yes. Excuse me. Yes was 40%. If he does, I'm bringing popcorn was 37%, and no was 22%. That was with 717 votes total. What did his mom say? Let me show you what his mom said. Oh my goodness. Let's go here. It's a little bit... It's not this one, right?
What is it?
Why did it cut that out? Come on. I needed that audio.
What is it?
I think
she's supposed to say, I think my mother-in-law is trying to kill me. That's not what she said, though. Hang on. We're going to go right here. So this is right after the first wife was on the stand. And let me go full screen so you guys can see this a little better. She comes in.
Can you please state and spell your...
We cut. Oh man, you can't see it there. Let me zip ahead. We cut to the mom right here who is in the stripes, the black and white striped shirt. I'm going to back up a little bit. She was looking over, watching her come in. Okay, so let's try to play this in real time. My computer is freezing up. Let me do this. Let me stop that for just a second. Okay. So we play. Come on, roll tape. Wow. She comes in. Mom looks back Tracy. And says,
TRA.
What? She mouthed it just very slowly. Let's turn off the audio so it doesn't confuse us. Back up. So she looks over at the ex-wife, comes back over here, turns her head, and I think she says, I hate her. I don't know what that's what I think she said. It's hard to see it in slow motion, but in real speed. I don't know. Your call. What do you think she said? It seemed like three words. I slowed it down as much as I could. That's it. But I'm not trying to, first of all, I think that his mom is a victim as well. I think that she may believe still, even right now, some, if not all, of his lies. I mean, yeah. I don't know. It's hard. It's a hard situation. So she's probably been told a lot of things about the ex-wife that may or may not be true, and so her opinion of the ex-wife is very much Nicholas's opinion. I think definitely not. I love her. Yeah, it was not that. It was not that. Song about Jim is really quite good. Thank you, Teresa. That's what she said. That song nailed it. Does she believe he's got 32 million somewhere? Guess Jim McIntyre told him to get some new IDs. Bree, that's the interesting thing. In this last testimony we're hearing about the driver's licenses, the important part that the prosecution is showing this for is because after he's changed his name to Stark, he's still getting driver's license in Kassotis. Which, if you have to change your name to Hyde, acquiring the most most well-known government document for any state in the old name is not the best way to stay undercover, to avoid detection. I will play the song maybe at the end of the day, or you can go over here. You can find it right there. You can find a link on Top Mark Media. You have to all the songs, including the one about Jim McIntyre. The ID should match the new name. It should have. It should have been Stark, right, instead of Kassotis. Got it from Texas. You're right. We only need, one more. We're halfway between this. I show 862 likes on the channel right now. So just less than 150 to go. And then if we do that, by the way, if we do reach 150 likes, if you happen to not be a member, make sure you have your gifting option turned on. Because a couple people have mentioned they might gift a couple gifts of gifted memberships if we hit 1,000 likes on this live stream. So there's a chance you could win. If that's not bribery, I don't know what is. Let's see. Jim McIntyre failed to tell him they have to match. It's because Jim went quiet. Jim stopped giving him updates, and he was just left on his own to flounder in this world of secrecy. The Pope gave our family the name Stark back in the 15th century. True story. Wow. Wow. It'll be raining memberships. Are they done for the day? No, they have not rested yet. We have a little bit, and by little bit, it can be very little. But we're almost done with prosecution. And then a couple things. I think the jury will be excused as soon as the prosecution is done. Then we also are going to have the judgment of acquittal, a motion made by the defense, possibly today. I think we're going to hear that. It's going to be the argument that Mr. Weinstein comes up and says, Your Honor, the state has not proven the case. You need to throw this out before the jury even gets a chance to hear it and to deliberate. And that's not going to pass. I think the state's done a pretty good job of hitting everything they need to, or at least submitted some evidence that could address each element of the charge. I heard Jim will gift memberships. 32 million of them, right? Bree, this is a great question as well. You've got wonderful questions today. I don't want Jim to testify because I think he's going to lie, and it will just be like torture for the surviving family members, the victims. Okay? I don't want that. But I do want him to testify because my brain is just befuddled when I look at all the people, some of them well-educated people who, working in the same field, JAG, who got hoodwinked by him. I'm sitting here thinking, what was it about him, or what is it about him that makes people either want to believe or makes people believe and just disregard a red flag that might come up in the conversation? I want to hear him. Maybe he'll win me over. Maybe we'll all be donating money to his commissary at the end of the day. Because he's just that believable on the stand. It could happen. Can RA turn his volume up a tad? I can, just a tiny bit. I can go as hot as you want. Con man, he could have a lot of charisma, the charismatic, charming, obviously, telling somebody that you're about to get a lot of money, that's something people like to hear. Made me a Brewers fan, I can tell you that. This dude is why I don't like online dating. I don't want to be hypnotized. Just watch with one eye and you should be safe. You said Jim instead of Nick. They're interchangeable, honestly. I think we've come to that conclusion. He made an emotional connection to all his wives. This is always the beginning of weaving the web of control. Maybe he was fulfilling something the other people needed. He saw what it was. Yeah, maybe he reads people, just he's that good, right? That his skill at reading someone is that good that he can manipulate them that way. The problem with that is it does sort of require you to tell different lies to different people because different needs have to be addressed. So you have to keep a lot of stories straight. And that, in and of itself, in this whole situation, how he kept all these stories straight and kept all these balls up in the air while he was juggling this crazy mess, that is at least impressive. in not a good way. Elspeth, I'm impressed with the content on the Top Mark Media site. Thank you. Did Amber pay you to say that? Amber and Red. they're really good. They've been building that for me, so I appreciate that. Wonder where did his wives get his money? He had to have some money at some point. I don't think it was just the $200,000 that he lived on for all that time. Yep, 99 more likes and we'll be there. We are so close. Mildred, just Mildred, gives a super chat, says, I think I need to be Nick, Jim's prison girlfriend. I need to see him in action. Oh, Mildred, please don't. Please don't. Just please don't. I'll just say that. Don't subject yourself to that. That's gonna be crazy. How did he sleep at night? I'm not sure if he did. I think everyone in chat would swipe right. See, if the people do not know one another enough to get together, then each story stays with each person. No one's saying, hey, did you hear? Right, and that's where the isolation comes in, right? That's where Mindy can't leave the house for safety reasons, right? Safety reasons are his story getting out or other people finding out what the story is. Jim says he borrowed all that money from me and I don't think I'm getting it back. Jim, I would hate to see you stuck with that name for a long time. So hopefully you still have some changes left on your account. I have to figure out who this is. Hey, well, says, coming from a person that used to sell home theater speakers out of the side of a van, they worked, you'd be surprised what having the gift of gab does for you and what you can convince people to believe. Oh, my goodness. Gifts already. Sandy just gifted 10 memberships. We didn't even hit the 1,000 yet. We're still 79 short, and Sandy comes in with 10 gifted memberships. Yes, Jim McIntyre is in chat. I don't know who it is yet. Obviously, he's got an orange courthouse by his name. So I think it's and I'm going to say this, I think she has been here longer than just this trial. All right. Some great people got those gifted memberships. This chat is unhinged in the best way possible, Abby. I agree. I love it.
Jury in, please.
76 more likes. Can we scrounge up 76 more likes? If you've heard me ask for likes a couple times and you're thinking, oh, somebody else will. No, this time it's your turn. This time it's your turn. Holy cow, Laura Bronson just gifted 20 memberships. Laura, thank you. And from 20 people, thank you. You guys are amazing. It is literally raining memberships right now. Need 44 more. You can use either thumb, says Lynn. If one is hurt, you have no excuse if you have a second one. We are back from break. Just finishing up. We expect, well, the next break we take, well, the jury, I think, will be going home for the day. But we should have the end of the defense, or the state's case here in this next block.
All right, everyone, please be seated. Counsel, you may continue.
Thank you.
Agent Sands, when we left off, I believe we were talking about the Missouri name change. I'm going to direct your attention to the monitor. May I turn that on, please? Thank you. This is Exhibit 1.106 in evidence. Is that a filed date on it?
Yes, ma'am. January the 4th, 2023.
And was that for a particular petitioner?
Nicholas James Kassotis.
And in there, does it indicate what his date of birth was? One moment. Over here. Can you see that? Oh, you cannot. My apologies.
6/3 of 1982.
Does it indicate a location of birth?
New Hampshire.
Now turning to the second page. Does it indicate who the petitioner is as the signature for this?
Nicholas Kassotis.
We need one more like.
And is there a checkbox under 6?
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically, the second checkbox.
Sorry, we just hit 1,000 likes.
If you can read that
Thank you.
to the jury, that second checkbox.
It says no notice of change of name is to be published because this petitioner is the victim of a crime based upon domestic violence as defined in 45.5.010 RSMO, or the victim of child abuse as defined in 210.1110 RMSO, or the victim of abuse by a family or household member as defined in 455.010 RSMO.
Sandy, thank you for another 10 memberships. Tomato Troy, thank you for gifting a membership.
At the back of this
Bree
exhibit,
Roz, thank you. Jim
is there an
McIntyre.
attached police report?
Sorry. This is not on the screen. Why did that happen? What did I just do?
Yes, ma'am.
That's terrible.
Where is that police report from?
The Savannah Police Department in Savannah, Georgia.
Who does it allege is the victim in that report?
I don't know what I did, but that was terrible.
The victim is identified as Nicholas Kassotis.
And who is the perpetrator alleged in that report?
Wayne Kassotis.
Would that be the basis for the domestic violence allegation for the sealing of those records?
Is added to this report.
And who would have submitted those documents in conjunction with that petition?
Nicholas Kassotis.
That police report, can you tell us when it's from, actually? My apologies. The date?
There's a range of dates from 9/3 of 2022 to 10/1 of 22, but the approval date is 10/4 of 22. The reported date is 10/3 of 22.
So reported date would be when the report was filed with Savannah?
That's correct. It even has a time of 16:53.
Okay. Is there an incident date alleged?
Yes, ma'am. That's the range of dates I mentioned earlier.
Okay. Thank you. On page 3, does it indicate...
You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. Mel, thank you. Added on to the trade. Sorry, I can't name everybody because we're in testimony right now. But you guys are super, super generous. Thank you for your support of the channel. Thanks for helping each other become members.
It says 2 of 5 on the bottom of this exhibit. Does it say the name of mother at the top?
Yes, it says my parents, father or mother, full legal name is Linda Ann Cronin Kassotis.
And on the preceding page, does it say the father's name?
It says my parents' full legal name is Wayne Harry Kassotis.
Was that consistent or inconsistent with the names of his parents listed on the marriage license between him and Samantha Kolyesnik?
That was not consistent.
Thank you. And now, on question 14 and 15 on page 205, does it tell you where he claimed to reside when he filed that petition?
It says, I reside in the state of Missouri, number 14, And number 15, I reside in the county of St. Louis.
Does it indicate a checkbox which he asserted under 17 he was the victim of?
So number 17 says check all the boxes that apply, and the box that checked is I'm a victim of a crime based upon domestic violence as defined in 455.010 RSMO.
Can you tell us what boxes 18 and 19 indicate?
Number 18 says there are no unsatisfied money judgments against me. It's check one of two boxes, and that box is checked. Number 19 says check one of the boxes, and the box that's checked is there are no cases requesting money pending against me.
And what date was this again?
This was filed on January the 4th of 2023.
Thank you. Is that signed by anyone under sign above?
There's a signature and there's a printed name that says Nicholas Kassotis.
Is that the printed name that you're reading?
The printed name's over on the right and it appears to be a signature.
I'm going to physically put that up on the screen.
Thank you guys. You guys are amazing.
The signature right there that you were referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
And that the print that you're referring to?
That's correct.
Is that notarized?
Yes, ma'am.
That would be sworn to, correct?
That's correct.
That had already been filed, correct, when the Delaware driver's license was sought?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, during the course of your investigation, did you make efforts to locate any medical records for Mindy Kassotis?
Yes, ma'am. We reached for Medicare or Medicaid, as he said during this interview.
Did you receive any results of records reflecting any services?
We did not.
Did you make efforts to review the path of travel of Mr. Kassotis' phone number, those records from the phone company, and his vehicle in the days of December 1st, 2022?
Yes, ma'am, with the assistance of other agents that were assisting.
Did you ever yourself drive those locations?
Some of the locations, yes.
Were you able to find a birthing center in the vicinity of the areas described by Mr. Kassotis?
I was not.
Did you ever have an address?
I did not.
Did you have a name of that location?
I did not.
Did you have any doctor's names?
I did not.
Did you have any medical records?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, Amber. Amazing mod. Good friend.
Did you ever make an effort to determine what happened to Mr. Kassotis' vehicle that he advised you had gone up in flames?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
And how did you do that?
Through the Pennsylvania State Police, as well as a search of the vehicle identification number.
Okay. And as a result, did you find a claim?
We did.
And what company was that with?
Cure Insurance.
When we say Cure, you mean C-U-R-E?
C-U-R-E.
Okay. Did they send you the records for that?
Yes, ma'am, they did.
And were those business records?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'd seek to tender these exhibits as they were previously indicated as noticed business records for Cure.
No objection.
They are,
Very good.
my apologies, Your Honor. They are listed on USB 1.101 under the folder Cure. I'd now seek to publish those, Your Honor.
You may.
Evangeline Light, thanks for gifting memberships. Thanks also for championing the 1,000 likes push today. I appreciate that. It does help the channel a ton. Your support is very much appreciated.
Is that the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be fair to say that you received those pictures directly from Cure?
Yes, ma'am.
Did they send you a series of photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm now going to shift through them. If you could just tell us if these are in fact the photographs that you received from Cure. Image is 1.jpg.
Yeah, that'll buff out.
Yes, ma'am.
2.jpg. 3.jpg.
Yes.
4.jpg.
Yes.
5.jpg.
Yes.
This car had like, what, 10,000 miles on it?
6.jpg.
Yes.
Less?
7.jpg.
Yes.
Just a scratch.
8.jpg.
Yes.
9.jpg.
Yes.
Oh, there's the check. The brick check.
10.jpg.
Yes.
11.jpg.
Yes.
Engine's just toast.
And is that the actual indicator that provided the screenshot?
Yes. Now this was independent from the Cure records. This screenshot.
Okay.
No one bid
How
on
did
it.
you secure that document?
We actually searched the VIN on Google and found it listed on auction.
Madam Clerk, can you turn that off, please? Thank you.
I did as well.
When you reviewed those documents and photographs, do you recall when you received them?
I do not.
Okay. Did they ultimately come in during the course of the investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When Mr. Kassotis had his interviews with you, did you attempt to investigate the information he provided you during the course of those interviews?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
And did you run down those leads with respect to different agencies and locations to attempt to confirm that or verify that?
Yes, ma'am. We contacted the Pennsylvania State Police at that time.
And what, if anything, did you request of the Pennsylvania State Police to do?
To review the vehicle even further and to try to make a determination as to what happened with it.
Okay. Were you able to locate a knife inside of that vehicle?
We were not.
Donna Littlefield, welcome to the gallery. You're one of us now. You can never leave. You're among friends. Thank you so much.
Now, the car itself that we talked about, the 2022 Ford Explorer purchased at J.C. Lewis, you saw those records, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there any payments for that vehicle from a Jim McIntyre?
No, ma'am.
Were there any payments by APIS Security?
No, ma'am.
And specifically, that was paid for by whom?
Mr. Kassotis.
Your Honor, I have entered some demonstrative exhibits referencing the flock camera photograph with the car that had been connected to December 1st of title and the photographs of the rugs. I am going to seek to introduce the originals without any demonstrative aids for them to the jury, just so that we're clear. They are on 1.101 under photographs, under flock, and 1.101 under photographs, and it lists old rug and replacement rug.
No objection.
All right, they're admitted.
Thank you.
Light wear on vehicle. How would you describe that car if you were selling it on Craigslist? New tires, low miles, great gas mileage. I don't know. As is.
My apologies, just one moment, Your Honor.
Thank you once again to all the amazing gifters who are supporting the channel and supporting each other by gifting memberships. Thank you all. This would not be the same without you here. This chat, this community is what makes this so much fun.
Now, ultimately, did you learn of an individual by the name of Samantha Kolyesnik?
I did.
And did you receive the text message exchanges between Ms. Kolyesnik and Mr. Kassotis?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Were you aware of when those communications had initiated?
Back in October of 2022.
Was that before or after Mrs. Mebane Kassotis was deceased?
Before.
And where did you receive those text messages from?
From Ms. Kolyesnik via email.
And ultimately, did you determine the information she provided here in this courtroom concerning their courtship?
Yes, ma'am.
Their engagement?
Yes, ma'am.
And their marriage?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you secure the records concerning that from her?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you aware of that information?
Yes, ma'am.
Why was that important to your investigation?
As in?
The information that you had about from Mrs. at the time, Mrs. Kassotis, now Samantha Kolyesnik.
The name had changed actually at that time to Stark, and the other name changes in the continuation. The relationship began before and continued till they got married and other information.
My apologies. So she was never Kassotis, she was Mrs. Stark at the time.
That's correct.
Okay. And she's now not,
That's
correct? Can you explain to the jury how you ultimately found Mr. Kassotis at the end of your investigation?
The assistance of the FBI and the U.S. Marshal Service, as well as records that you heard provided from the Airbnb by Special Agent Christian Johnson. Those worked kind of together in conjunction to end up leading to the arrest.
Now, ultimately when he was arrested, you had the opportunity to speak to him, right?
The following day, yes.
Okay. And we watched that interview, correct?
That's correct.
When you had the opportunity to speak with him, he indicated to you that Mr. McIntyre had been the one providing him with funds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that was his source of income, correct?
That's correct.
Did he at any time advise you in reference to Cameron Nelson?
He did not.
Or the $199,000 approximately that they provided to him?
He did not. Can I clarify? He did mention Cameron Nelson, but nothing about the financial assistance.
Okay. And with respect to that, did you make an effort to determine what funds he had access to?
We did.
And is that part of why you secured the Renaissance Bank records?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you secured those Renaissance Bank records, did you determine if there was a very large deposit of some sort?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that?
It was around $300,000 in June.
At this time, I'm going to seek to mark 1.118 and show it to the witness.
Your funny comments about how you describe this car if you were selling it make me hesitant to ever buy anything online again.
This is the business records. Through the pages. From Sony Pictures Entertainment Incorporated.
Are those the business records with regards to Sony, you said?
That's correct.
Your Honor, at this time I would seek to tender those records as business records notice has been served on those for 1.118.
No objection, Your Honor.
They are admitted without objection.
Thank you. Can you tell the jury, what did you determine with respect to that $300,000 transaction?
It was in regard to a sale of a short story.
Who sold the short story?
Nicholas Stark, as Nick Morfox, which we determined to be Mr. Nicholas Kassotis.
Okay. And who did he sell the story to?
Sony.
And for how much?
$300,000.
Was that his share of the proceeds of the transaction?
That's correct.
What I mean is there was an agent too, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So his portion that received, did you try to verify whether or not that money went into his actual account?
Yes.
And did it?
Yes.
He actually sold a story to Sony for $300,000? Is that true? What?
I can have just one moment, Your Honor.
Featured at 2023 Burning Man. Is that true? It's true.
It'll actually be easier on the physical exhibit. May I?
I'm gobsmacked. I'm all aghast. I am flummoxed. I'm all the words.
Just so I show counsel the same page.
I need to start writing stories.
Do you see the notation of the deposit or the addition at the very bottom of this page?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How much money was deposited?
On 6/22, there was a direct deposit for $300,000.
And whose account did that go into?
Nicholas Kassotis.
Wow.
And the story that Mr. Kassotis sold, is that included in Exhibit 1.118?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Can you tell us, is that story there in its entirety?
Yes, ma'am, my understanding.
And that story that was sold to Sony, you heard reference to it from prior witnesses, correct?
That's correct.
I think my stepmother's
Do you
trying
know
to
what
kill me.
the plot of that story was?
The title is My Mother-in-Law Was Poisoning Me or Killing Me.
Okay. And did it concern the death or the alleged death of an individual?
It did.
And is that in there in its entirety?
That's correct.
Does the plot?
And that
Line up.
check was received and deposited, you said what date?
June the 22nd,
Of what year?
2022.
Would it be fair to say that where that check came from?
Yes.
Where did that check come
It
from?
was a direct deposit from, and the title's internet, but it ends up being the Sony based on the document, Sony Entertainment.
Okay. Is there any reference to Jim McIntyre anywhere in there?
There's not.
Good.
Did you ever make an effort to locate Jim McIntyre?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Can you tell the jury what you did?
I asked our intelligence analysts to search. There was a number of them around the country with the same name or people. There was football coaches, different people of different varieties, but there was only one in this area, in the Savannah area.
And that person, did you speak to them?
I did. He was near the law firm where Miss Mabane works. So we went and talked to him at his office.
Can you tell us what did he look like?
Red hair, 6 foot tall.
An older gentleman.
Curly.
In his 60s.
So he wasn't in his 40s?
No, he was not.
Do you know what he did for a living?
He worked for a company. He managed a company that sold dental implants around the world.
Did you verify if Mindy's implant might have been with him?
He actually searched the records while I was there.
And was it?
There was no record.
Could you identify any connection between that Jim McIntyre to this case?
I could not.
Dental implants. Jim's your guy.
Now, you went through these bank records, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there any purchases that appeared to be consistent with a baby on the way?
No, ma'am.
No cribs?
No cribs.
No furniture?
No, ma'am.
Any children's clothing that stores Bye Bye Baby, anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Bye Bye Baby? Is that a store?
In connection with this case, was a death certificate ever issued?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that issued at what point?
Here in Liberty County.
And when was that? Do you know?
As far as specific date, I don't, but it would have been after the autopsy, the identification. It takes a little bit of a process to go through.
If you were deceased in the state of Georgia at a medical facility, would a death certificate generate?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there any other death certificate on file for Mindy Kassotis?
Not only did we check for death certificates, we actually contacted the coroner's office in Chatham and surrounding counties in an attempt to determine was there one in process.
And was there?
No.
Did you ever try to track down the red-headed man in Riceboro?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do?
He laughs.
I actually rode in the area based on the description. I knew there were no homes in that road, but basically went in that area just to see if anybody matching that description or any residents in that description was in the area.
And did you find anybody?
No, ma'am. There are no houses on that road.
Okay. And did you check the roads that you saw compared to the mapping that Agent Bernie provided?
Yes, ma'am. All the hunting roads we rode for days. In addition to, we flew over them with the Georgia State Patrol helicopter.
Did you make any effort to determine if Mr. Kassotis had filed any lawsuits in conjunction with his wife's untimely death?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there any?
No, ma'am.
And Mr. Kassotis indicated that when his wife was mistakenly cremated, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he indicate if anybody that he notified about her death was invited to her spreading of ashes?
He did not.
Did he indicate whether he was there alone or with anyone else?
He implied he was alone at the time.
And I just want to make sure there's a timeline. Could you find any evidence of a cashier's check for $800,000+?
No, ma'am.
And you went through the bank records of the time period in connection with that?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Now, you heard testimony from Ms. Nelson that she provided funds to Mr. Kassotis over approximately a 2-year period. Is that right?
That's correct.
And do you know when Mr. Kassotis stayed at Frank IV and Megan's property? Was that before or after the money from Cameron Nelson?
That would have been before.
Before she was providing resources?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you know how long he stayed with them?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay.
I don't recall.
And at some point subsequently, they came down to Savannah?
Yes, ma'am.
Would that be right around the time when the money came in from Sony?
Yes, that would have been in June.
Okay. And at that point, did you determine when specifically he, meaning Mr. Kassotis, and Heather Thomas had their divorce?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you get the records concerning their divorce?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Were you aware of the outstanding monies that were due?
Yes, ma'am.
And would it be fair to say that you heard that testimony concerning approximately $1,590,000, 90 plus 10, I guess, so total $1.6 million?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there still a warrant out for his arrest concerning those records?
Yes, ma'am.
It's amazing. He could have paid back his friend, Cameron.
And specifically, counsel introduced these records through Ms. Thomas. Those would be states 2.45 A, B, C, D, and E. Is that right?
I'd have to see them.
It's okay.
Lots of numbers.
When this witness looks over his shoulder towards the flag, which is his left, that's the jury over there. And when he looks over to the right,
Yes,
that's
ma'am, that would be correct.
the lectern.
And were you aware of that prior to Mr. Kassotis being apprehended or after?
I was aware before.
I can have just a moment.
That's not a good place to end.
I have nothing further.
But well, I guess we can.
Mr. Weinstein?
That's how you wrap up the case? See if they focus on the Sony $300,000 check.
It's fine.
Good afternoon, Agent Sands.
Good afternoon.
I know that we're at the end of a long day. So, let me ask you a question regarding name changes. Do you know how long it takes a name change to filter through the Social Security system?
I do not.
Let me ask you about the interview that you conducted with Mr. Kassotis. You conducted 2 interviews with him, correct?
That's correct.
And you were there for both of those interviews, except for maybe the last portion of the second interview, correct?
That's correct.
Where did the first interview take place?
The first interview was in Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
And do you know what conditions Mr. Kassotis was kept in prior to being interviewed?
I do not.
Are you aware that there were mice in his cell?
Objection, Your Honor.
What?
May we approach?
I'm just going to sustain the objection and ask the jury to just completely disregard that question. Please move on.
Yes, Your Honor. You're not aware of the conditions. What about his transport before he came down here to the Liberty County Sheriff's Office? Can you tell us about his transport?
I was not present during the transport. I knew it was by airplane.
Do you know the logistics?
I do not.
Do you know when he was woken up to be transported down here?
I do not.
Do you know when he arrived?
That would be denoted at the interview time because he had just arrived when the interview was conducted.
So prior to the interview being conducted, he had just been flown down here from up there, correct?
That's correct.
It was
He
jet
was
lagged.
flown
It's the
into
same time
Savannah
zone.
and actually driven to the Liberty County Sheriff's Office and was interviewed almost immediately.
He was not given an opportunity to rest or recover, correct?
He was not.
Let me ask you some more questions about those interviews. As a law enforcement officer, are you permitted by law to lie to suspects during the course of an interrogation?
Objection, Your Honor. This asks for the witness to make a legal conclusion.
Well, let me rephrase it then. In the course of your training, are you trained that at times you can lie to a suspect during an interrogation?
Yes.
And
that's correct.
that is...
And they use the word lie, but yes. But you can
mislead?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's say mislead then.
That's correct.
I'll stick to that language. And when I say you, I'm going to be referring to, in the course of the interrogation, to both you and Investigator Frost.
Okay.
You recall telling my client, telling Mr. Kassotis, that there'd been a logging truck in front of him going down that road, correct?
Yes, I do.
And there was going to be an identification based on that logging truck. That logging truck could identify him down that road. He had been spotted.
Yes, that's what appeared on the camera, yes.
What about that he had left DNA at the scene where Mindy's body was located?
I don't recall that specific wording.
Okay. Tell me if this sounds correct or incorrect. And this is you specifically,
Okay.
Agent Sands. You said, quote, the 45 minutes that you spent there at one location with the tubs, and then Investigator Frost interjected, and the knife, and then you said your DNA. Do you recall that?
Oh, yes, sir, I did.
Okay. At another portion of the interview, tell me if you recall this. You said, your elaborate story of on the run all this time, and all the periods of stuff, and the web of lies, why is it so different than what happened with her? And the records show, the evidence shows, the DNA shows. why is all that? Is you're being set up? Is that what you're saying? And he responded, I don't know, sir. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
What's the value of misleading a suspect during an interrogation?
We can call that misleading because there was information in there, but just to see reactions a lot of times.
And that's often beneficial for you, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Does misleading in general oftentimes lead to a suspect eventually confessing?
I wouldn't say that.
As part of the entire interrogation?
No, I would not say that.
Okay. Mr. Kassotis never confessed during the interrogations, correct?
No, sir.
Do you recall telling Mr. Kassotis that you had evidence of his car starting and stopping at the various scenes where Mrs. Kassotis' body was found?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you also told him that you would get his Proton emails and you'd be able to remove encryption and find out what's on those emails, correct?
No, sir. I didn't say remove encryption.
Be able to investigate and see what are in those emails?
Yeah, we had those emails at that time.
Okay. And were you able to read those emails?
As far as read them, yes, sir.
Okay. Let me ask you some more about the testing that was performed on various pieces of evidence.
Okay.
Now, you are the agent that's in charge of this investigation, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So sometimes might you ask for certain evidence to be tested, and other times agents working under you would request evidence to be tested?
I would say in this case specifically, I'd rather talk about this specific case than other times.
Yeah, let's talk about this case.
In this specific case, I made certain requests. Our crime scene specialist made certain requests. My supervisor made requests, as well as the district attorney's office made requests. Okay. So there's times of different requests at different times. So I don't want to get into what we normally procedure or different things, but in this specific case, yes, I made requests.
Okay. Evidence of blood was found on the floor of the home that the couple resided in Savannah, correct, where the Kassotis resided?
That's correct.
No test was ever ordered for the blood on that floor, correct?
When you say ordered.
Did you request any DNA analysis of the blood on that floor?
Specific to that floor, I did not.
Okay. Are you aware of anyone, and I'm going to call them your team because you're in charge, are you aware of anyone on your team requesting DNA analysis of the blood on that floor?
That question was answered by the actual tester, but I would be willing to answer that as well. But yes, it was.
What about the DNA on the wall?
Yes, it was.
I'm sorry, the blood on the wall.
Yes.
And what was the result of what you found on the wall?
It was not tested. The bottom, you're talking about the floor or the wall?
Let's talk about the wall.
There was not enough for the wall.
What about on the floor?
There was testing as far as the crime scene specialist that collected it to show it was blood, but there was no testing following up on it.
Do you recall that, you sat here, you heard all the testimony, and I know you know this case inside and out.
I remember. But
do you recall that there were, the blood that was found on the futon, it contained DNA that was identified as Mindy Kassotis' DNA, correct?
That's correct.
And there was another individual's DNA, correct?
There was a portion of another DNA is what I remember from the testimony, a mixture.
And you collected DNA from my client, correct?
I did.
Did you ever compare the DNA from my client to the other, did you ever have compared the DNA from my client to the DNA that was on the futon?
I did not.
On Mindy's body, there was a hair found, do you recall?
I do not.
Okay. What about the wipes at the scene? There was a lot of wipes at the scene, right?
Yes, I do recall the wipes.
Okay. Did you have any DNA testing performed on the wipes?
Once again, those were submitted by our crime scene specialist and processed through the lab, but I understand they were not tested.
They're Clorox
and you never
wipes.
requested that they be tested, correct?
Yes, I requested they all be tested.
Oh, you requested they all be tested?
I requested everything tested, yes.
But those wipes were not tested?
Those wipes were not tested.
Okay. The cigarette pack.
Yes, sir.
That's found on that hunting road there. What testing did you perform on that cigarette, or have performed on that cigarette pack?
Once again, I don't do the testing, nor did I collect that evidence. I recall that it was collected and preserved, and was actually transported to the lab for testing, but there were no tests conducted.
You mentioned, I believe, in your direct today, that fingernail clippings were taken from Mindy Kassotis, correct?
That's correct.
And why, again, do you collect those fingernail clippings?
If there was some physical scraping of DNA to be able to determine.
Do you know if there were any tests ever performed on those fingernail clippings for DNA?
That would be a question for the medical examiner. I don't recall right off the top of my head whether they did or not.
Have you seen any results of testing from her fingernail clippings?
I have not.
Do you think anyone knows this case better than you?
There's a lot of people. I know a lot about it, but I probably forgot more than some people know.
Okay. One of the, I call them tubs. One of the tubs found at the scene was a husky tub, correct?
That's correct.
Did you do any searching of stores in the Savannah area that sold that same husky tub?
I did not.
The other tub, I believe, is a Sterilite brand tub. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you do any searching for sales of Sterilite tubs in the Savannah area?
Are you asking specific me or the team?
Let's say the team.
Yes, they did.
Okay. One of the things that you heard in the interview with my client is that he had a mosquito issue in that home in Savannah, correct?
I did.
And that he had cut out some screen to try to stop the mosquitoes from coming into the house, correct?
He told me that, yes.
Yeah. And
cut the screen?
Were you there when that house in Savannah was searched?
I wasn't there initially. I arrived later. I was doing some interviews and actually came over and assisted in the blacking out of the house. So I was there, yes, sir.
Remind me again when that house was searched.
It would have been in May, early May of 2023.
Before or after the interview with Mr. Kassotis?
That would have been before.
And when Mr. Kassotis had told you during the interview that he had cut some screen because of mosquito issues, did you go back to the house again to see if that screen was present?
I did not.
Did you find any evidence that there was life insurance on Mindy Kassotis?
I did not.
Let's talk about the pumping station and the camera at the pumping station.
Okay.
Were you the one that went to look at the DVR at the pumping station?
Yes, sir. I actually was there. It was retrieved off the wall and handed to me.
Okay. The DVR is the digital video recorder, correct?
That's correct.
That stores the images that are captured by the camera at the pumping station, correct?
That's correct.
The camera at the pumping station captures images based on motion, right?
There are multiple cameras there, and I know that some were motion activated and some were fixed.
The camera from which we saw video and still photos today, was that a motion activated camera?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. And you showed today clips of a Ford Explorer similar to my client's Ford Explorer captured by that camera, correct?
That's correct.
That camera captured other images as well during that, let's say that 27th through 29th period, correct?
Yes, sir, it did.
Do you know how many other images were captured of vehicles?
I do not.
Did you look at all those images that were captured of vehicles?
I would not say all. I looked at a lot of those images, yes, sir, for hours.
For hours?
Yes.
I mean, you can't give me more than 100 since it took you hours?
As far as vehicles and defining vehicles, there was a lot of motion activation that was just either trees moving, times of rain, wildlife, different things, and in addition, vehicles like log trucks and other things that came through. But as far as the number of vehicles, I can't sit here and tell you a number of vehicles.
But there were a number of vehicles that passed and activated that motion camera, correct?
Oh, yes, it's an active road, yes, sir.
And not all of them were logging vehicles, correct?
That's correct.
And what did you do about the images of those other vehicles? Did you take any action to try to find owners of those vehicles, to try to track those vehicles down on other cameras?
No, sir, I did not.
Back to the interrogation briefly. My client, Mr. Kassotis, told you about the financial issues, vandalism, issues with their accounts back when they lived in Virginia in 2018, correct?
That's correct.
And he told you that he made an FBI report on that, correct?
He did.
Did you ever find an FBI report on that?
No, we reached out and with the analyst, with our analyst, as well as the FBI analyst, and no report was located.
So if somebody would have told my client that he was with the FBI and he took a report, that couldn't be accurate, correct? The FBI has no record of anything.
There's no record of a report.
Okay. You said that you checked the Medicaid rolls for Mindy Kassotis.
That's correct.
Which Medicaid rolls did you check? What states?
Georgia.
Okay. Did you check Virginia?
We did not.
South Carolina?
We did not.
Okay. During the interview, Mr. Kassotis told you that he had, I think, gone to Target and picked up a security camera to put into his home in Savannah, right?
Yes, sir, he did.
And he did that after he told you that Wayne, his father Wayne, had come to the house.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Did you do any investigation to try to secure that camera?
As far as me or the team specifically?
The team specifically?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the result of that?
We looked for the camera in the area of there, and the records were attempted to be located.
You looked for the camera, when you say in the area?
In the house, in the residence,
in the
it's still there. It was searched for in Pennsylvania, and it was searched, the records were searched for at Target.
When you say the records, let's try to break it up because I just want to be clear.
Okay.
You searched for a physical security camera at the Airbnb in Savannah,
yes,
correct?
That's correct.
And you did not find one?
That's correct.
When was the search conducted?
And that search was conducted prior to his arrest.
Approximately when?
Which the date would have been...
Give me the month and the year, please.
The month, that would have been May of 2023.
And when did Mr. Kassotis vacate the Airbnb?
December of 22.
Okay, so 6 months later the camera wasn't there, correct?
That's correct.
Jim McIntyre, you say that your team conducted a search for Jim McIntyre.
Yes, that's correct.
And you found a number of Jim McIntyres across the country.
That's correct.
The one you chose to interview, if I heard you correctly, you interviewed a Savannah Jim McIntyre.
Yes, may I explain why?
Go ahead.
Because he appeared in the area at St. Joseph's Hospital when the defendant walked out. So he would have had to have been close by in the area. So that's why we picked him.
He appeared in the... explain that again. I'm sorry. I'm trying to understand.
According to Mr. Kassotis during the interview is that Jim just appeared as he ran out of the house and he went to the parking lot at St. Joseph's Hospital where security was. Well, in order for him to appear there out of nowhere just to help, he would have had to have been in the Savannah area.
Oh, so can you only be in the Savannah area if you reside in Savannah?
When he took me to the low country area as well.
But again, can you only, I mean, I'm in Savannah right now, but I'm not a resident of Savannah.
He was at that time, yes.
I'm sorry?
He was saying he was there at that time.
He was there at that time.
That's correct.
But does that mean he's a resident of Savannah?
No.
Okay. He could have been at a hotel?
That's correct.
Motel?
Yep.
Airbnb?
Yep.
Okay. And you said that you also, I think you also said, and correct me if I heard this wrong, you visited that Jim McIntyre because he happened to be located near the law firm where Betsy Mebane worked, correct?
That's correct. It's downtown Savannah.
Okay. But the less convenient Jim McIntyres scattered about the country, you didn't try to visit any of those, correct?
That's correct.
I would have started interviewing the ones in the Caribbean.
And I'm sorry that this is
Alaska,
kind of random, but
Montana.
baby clothing purchases that you testified to. You checked his bank statements, credit cards for baby clothing purchases, right?
That's correct.
And you didn't see any there?
No.
Did you check his Amazon account?
We did not.
Did you attempt to do that, subpoena Amazon?
I did not, but that would be a question for Investigator Frost. Okay. I don't recall anybody doing that.
You mentioned that when you went looking for houses that matched the description, I guess, that Mr. Kassotis gave you for where he went when he was dropping off the their goods out in the country, that you went up and down the hunting roads and there were no houses that matched that description, right?
That's correct.
But there are not very many houses on hunting roads in particular, right?
And specifically that the Barrington Ferry and Jones Road, there are no houses.
But the graphic, the presentation that we heard from Agent Bernie from the FBI, it showed a really broad swath of coverage for each of those towers, right?
That's correct.
So did you cover all of those areas or just that area specifically near where the Mindy's body was found?
In the coverage area or the imprint, basically where the coloration where Agent Bernie testified. I don't usually like to refer to what someone else testified to, but you
were here.
That graph, I would say we did by helicopter, pretty much the area of that graph, we covered looking for residences and places and areas and other things. That area, specifically, I remember the yellow one, if you want to refer back to the slide, the yellow one, we covered that area of the cell phone coverage.
That yellow one was a tighter area, if I recall.
Yes, sir.
More than the others.
The smaller of the areas, yes.
What about the broader areas covered by the other cell towers?
No, we did not cover that whole area, no, sir.
Yeah, I realize it would be a massive undertaking, but I'm
Yes.
just curious if you had done that.
No, sir.
I believe you said that, was it the Pennsylvania State Troopers that looked in the Ford Explorer for you?
That's correct.
And they did not find the Milwaukee knife?
That's correct.
Did they find the deer cleaning kit that was purchased from Bass Pro Shop?
They did not.
Do you know what they found in there in general?
No,
Okay.
well, they sent photographs, but you have those photographs as well. So.
I do. You don't know where Mindy Kassotis was killed.
I do not.
You don't know where Mindy Kassotis was dismembered.
I do not.
You don't have a murder weapon.
I do not.
Okay. I have no more questions. Thank you.
Thank
Oh,
you.
yeah, I'm sorry. Let me just speak to my client.
Mr. Kassotis is like, I've got one. Elated, welcome to the gallery. No weapon. Don't know how she was killed. Don't know where she was killed. Don't know where she was dismembered. You must acquit. That's the best they've got, I think, right now.
One last question, or set of questions.
Okay.
Frank Mebane IV.
Yes, sir.
Your team spoke to him twice, correct?
That's correct.
When did you initially speak to him?
As far as the team or me?
The team.
Okay.
Thank you. No, thank you for clarifying. I don't want to be vague.
I know early on in the investigation, Detective Frost spoke with him. And then it followed up with other interviews, agents from our office, and then I actually had talked to him as well.
When did you speak to him?
It was after the preliminary hearing, much later.
When Detective Frost spoke to Frank, I'll just call him Frank the Fourth, spoke to Frank the Fourth in December. Do you recall? Well, what did you learn about that discussion that you had with Frank the Fourth?
Objection, Your Honor. He's asking him to testify about another witness's conversation with a third party.
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Do you know Frank the Fourth's background?
I do.
What's his background?
He's a police officer.
How long has he been a police officer?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. But he remains a police officer to this day, correct?
As
far as you know?
As far as I know, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, counsel?
No, Your Honor. Thank you for
Can you redirect?
Just briefly. You heard Mr. Weinstein ask you if you had checked for records in Georgia, South Carolina, and Virginia pertaining to the Medicare records, or Medicare or Medicaid, my apologies. Did you do that?
Yes.
You said Georgia, correct?
Yes, Georgia.
Why did you only look in Georgia?
My understanding is they were linked, so it would have picked up other states.
Were you looking for a specific time period as well?
Yes. During the interview, he specifically said, in December, during the pregnancy, that the doctor had visited a home and that they were indigent and needed to use Medicare or Medicaid and had no funds to pay, so that would have been the time frame we were looking at.
Did you also check with any of the pharmacies?
Yes, we did.
Who did you check with?
There's a CVS pharmacy that Detective Frost got records for.
Okay. Why did you check with CVS?
Because we had those bank records indicating the pharmacy.
Okay. And specifically, were there any records concerning her having medical health conditions?
There was a prescription that was mentioned of that was a telehealth visit.
Okay. Any doctors concerning pregnancy?
No.
Any medical medications for pregnancy?
No.
Prenatal vitamins?
No.
Anything that you found for doctors other than that one thing that you're referring to?
No.
And do you know if there was ever a camera inside of 311 East 65th Street when Nicholas Kassotis resided there?
I do not.
You heard and were present for his interview, correct?
That's correct.
And during the course of that interview, I believe he indicated that it didn't record, correct?
That's correct.
So what did you expect to find on the camera other than potentially finding it present?
Nothing.
But it wasn't there when you looked anyway?
It wasn't there.
You indicated you didn't find a deer processing kit, correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall when he purchased that in relation to when her body was discovered?
He purchased the kit on the 28th of November.
And when was her first portion of her remains recovered?
It would have been Friday, December 2nd of 2022.
Thank you. And when was the Home Depot knife purchased?
On November the 29th of 2022.
And the mapping of his motor vehicle's VIN number and the phone device, when did that occur, going down into Riceboro? What date?
It showed November the 29th of 2022.
Did you recover any power tools at the scene?
We did not.
Did you look?
Yes.
And what about at the residence? Did you look for any blood on any of the tools that you observed there at 311 East 65th Street?
Agent Dickerson did.
Did you find any?
We did not.
Your Honor, I just would like to mention there was one exhibit as well. I don't know that I tendered this, but I wanted to make sure I was showing the counsel 1.112 with respect to the Delaware license. I don't know that I tendered it. I wanted to make sure that I did.
And there's no objection.
No objection. Sorry,
It's
no objection.
it's admitted.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
And excuse the witness.
Power tools.
Oh, wait.
You said you found no power tools at the 311 East 65th Street address.
That's right. I didn't say that. I said it. She said at the scene, and I said
Oh,
not
at the scene. No power tools at the scene.
That's correct.
The power tools at the address, they didn't have any blood on them, correct?
That's correct.
When y'all learned from the GBI's labs, that there were false starts that may have been done by power tools, did you go out and search for any power tool purchases connected to Mr. Kassotis?
And that's another question for Detective Frost.
Are you aware of any power tools purchased by Mr. Kassotis?
No.
Thank you.
You got a yawl out of Doug there.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you, Agent Sands. You can step down.
Call your next witness. Which we don't have one, so he's going to step out. Actually, he's going to step back down, join the prosecution table.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that will complete today's testimony. Again, I caution you and ask you to abide by the court's previous instructions regarding news accounts of this trial. I'll excuse you at this time and ask you to be back tomorrow morning at 8:45. We'll get back on the other schedule. So thank you very much. Have a good evening.
So late start today and early start tomorrow. The courtroom's getting quite crowded on the state side and is still a little sparse on the defense side. I think we've got a little business to conduct right here if you want to do the JOA or properly rest. Have to rest in front of the jury, too.
All right, we are adjourned until tomorrow morning. If I could see counsel at the bench before we leave.
We're adjourned, but come on up. Come on up, everybody. All right, so it's all going to happen tomorrow morning, then. That's when it's going to get crazy. Couple things might happen tomorrow. First of all, we know that the state's going to rest because they've said they don't have any more witnesses. Sands was the last one. Defense will do a judgment of acquittal without the jury there, so that's probably going to be done first thing in the morning or right around there. Then we get defense may call one witness, and that one witness would be Nick. Nick is the only person they are thinking about calling. The other three they were talking about, they're traveling, they're not going to be here in time. They decided they're not calling them. That was a bluff. And Nick is the only one who could take the stand. If he takes the stand, I do imagine him testifying in the narrative. I love Doug Weinstein. Okay, he's great. He did fantastic in the YSL trial. He was the only lawyer who got not guilties across the board for his client in that YSL trial. Did really well. That was his first criminal trial. This is his second. I don't think he should be leading this witness through testimony if he takes the stand. I would not be surprised at all if they stand up and say, we were bluffing about him testifying as well. We have no witnesses. That's it. And just leave it on the jury and hope that there was enough reasonable doubt when that little, yeah. And then have closings, that's about it. His whole defense is a bluff a little bit. He is polite to witnesses. I do like him for that. He's very professional. I think he's a good attorney. I'd probably call him if I had, copyright issues or patent issues or something like that. Trademark, I think, is what he does more of. He is so going to testify. Well, we voted and we said he was going to testify. So maybe that's where we're going to be. All right, I told you I was going to play the Jim song, but I'm not. I have to say that we're going to play a different song, and this is because today is absolutely amazing. You guys gifted so many memberships. That was awesome. You guys are amazing. Your generosity is it touched my heart, and a lot of people are happy and now in green because of your generosity. So in honor of that, and the few people who did not receive a gifted membership, we're sorry, we don't get to choose where they go. We are going to play one quick little song as we wrap up here.
In the land of pixels, here we meet. Gray's the color of our simple seats. No flashy lights, no fancy scheme. It's low-key love in a cyber dream. Slow-mo to life, we're taking it easy. Calm in the chat, everything looks breezy. No golden throne, no crown on screen, yet still I feel like royalty unseen. Gray is the new green, don't you know? In the digital glow, we take it slow. No need for emojis or special code. We're riding high on this mellow road. Gifted green lights up the scene. A ticket to a world unseen. But here in gray, we find our creed. No extra flair, just what we need. No temp seats, no quick retreats, just hanging out in these cyber streets. Gray dust clouds, our silent beam, a hidden treasure in the live stream. Gray is the new green, don't you know? In the digital glow, we take it slow. No need for emojis or special code. We're riding high on this mellow road.
There you go. Gray is the new green. Thank you so much to the amazing gifters today. And if you didn't receive a gift this time, hopefully next time it'll come your way. Thank you all. This has been just an absolutely incredible trial. I've loved it. Georgia has redeemed themselves in my eyes. In this one, the investigation has been spectacular. The experts have been phenomenal. The lawyering has been great. The judge has been wonderful. I mean, this is just amazing. It's been a really, really good trial. We haven't had a trial that had just good across the board in every category except defendant's lying abilities. That's the only one that was like a subpar, I would say. But it was, what did you just say? I said Georgia's redeemed themselves a little bit. And one more, Kelly H. Thank you very much for wrapping it up that way. Thank you all for your support. This is the best job on the internet. Honestly, it's the best job in the world. I love it. I love that I'm able to do this every day, and I love that we have a community where we can all come out and hang out together and have fun and enjoy this shared love of true crime. Often when people ask me what I do for work, I say mostly I just hang out and talk about murder all day, and they're like, "Huh?" But you guys get me. So thank you very much. Appreciate that. Kelly, thank you. Hope S, thank you. I know there were a bunch of people who gifted memberships during the testimony. I tried to put everybody up on screen. If for some reason I missed your gifted membership, please know I'm very, very appreciative, and I'm sorry. There were a ton that came in. It was wild. You guys are the best. Amber says, remind everyone to fill out the birthday form for tomorrow, next week, or next year. Go submit your birthdays. I updated the form. The birthday form is right there. It's in chat. All you have to, if your birthday is in 2 weeks, you can enter it now. We will save it. We don't delete the form every day. We'll save it, and you can, we'll get a head start on it. Kelly H is coming for me, says Kim, going for those points. What if you're Nick and you changed your birthday? Greeners, let me get my tinfoil hat, then we can continue this conversation. What's the total number gifted? 105. 105 gifted memberships today. Absolutely amazing. So, thank you all. It's my non-birthday tomorrow. Thank you, Amber's mom. Appreciate that. What's the name of this song? This song is called Press Fuse. But I don't know other than that. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone to make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again tomorrow morning. It's going to be a little bit early, 8:30-ish to start, because they say 8:45 for the jury. We want to be here for all the fireworks that may or may not happen tomorrow in this case. If there are no fireworks, we're going ahead with jury instructions. We're going ahead with closing arguments, and we could have deliberations by tomorrow afternoon. So either way, you don't want to miss it. This case has been wild, and I don't think it's done yet. I cannot wait for closings on both sides. I want to hear everyone put a bow on this and argue it in front of the jury. It's going to be absolutely amazing. You guys have a great night. Be good to each other. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
What more do you need to see?
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
Alex stolen as well.